Good Lord, everyone. All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is emergency live stream here. There is as we kind of foreseen, ongoing tornado outbreak that is ensuing here in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And so we're going to be covering everything if you're watching this after the fact, this is occurring at 1:16 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you want to stay tuned to my live streams in the future, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. As of right now, we have two tornado warnings, one of which is a particularly dangerous situation. We're going to talk about this one. It has a confirmed tornado with this, a particularly dangerous situation with this tornado warning, and it has indeed had a debris signature indicated in this green area right here. This is picking up the density of the materials in the atmosphere, and it's actually picking up the debris as a heavier density, and so we can see that in this greenish bluish color right here on radar. We also have another tornado warning that's off to the north. If I can pull this up here real quickly. There we go. So here's the other tornado warning here. This is also a confirmed tornado for Anderson and Pickens County, and that'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live in any of these areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But very concerning here to see from all of this. And we really have to watch out for these storms as this continues to progress. We also have a couple areas along the line that is still producing tornadic rotation. This entire line here, this outer band from this tropical system, which is Fred, is going to be continuing to produce more and more spin-up rotations. And so we're going to probably see the exact same thing over time as this continues to get closer and closer. Someone just sent me a sounding of Charlotte, North Carolina, and my goodness, that is a very well-defined sounding right there. But sheesh, that is pretty crazy right there. Let's move this back a little. There we go. But yeah, this is a pretty concerning situation across the board. As I said, we're going to try and cover it to the best of our abilities, but where is this? This is located in South Carolina right now. That's where the tornado outbreak is currently ongoing. It's going to most likely head off to the north into places of North Carolina as well. And so the general vicinity here, we're going to have to watch out for how this continues to progress. Do that. There we go. Make it a little bit better appealing to the eyes for me. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming in. A new tornado warning here has been issued for Wilkes County, North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So let's go over there and let's take a look at the new tornado warning. Here it is. We got this little blob cell with bits and bobs of rotation. There's actually two cells here that is just in north of North Wilkesboro. And so you can see this one's the one that's tornado warned. You also have another one right here near Mulberry. So the way that we try and find rotation here with the velocities is the greens are moving towards the radar. The grays and reds are moving away. Right in the middle is the counterclockwise rotation. And so right within there is what we really have to watch out for. And that's the same thing on the other side too. We have this green moving towards the radar, this kind of darker green that's still moving towards the radar, but it's a bit slower. So it kind of has this overlapping motion and spins that way. So very much so a crazy situation that's currently ongoing. And as I said, we're going to continue to try and cover this as much as possible So please stay tuned. Please be sure to also share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, my information could potentially be helpful towards some of these areas. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move about. And be sure to leave a like on the live stream too, because that's another way to get this to other people, especially because this gets onto YouTube's algorithm, and it tells the algorithm that more people need to see this live stream. Is Fort Benning all right? You're watching this from Japan. Well, thank you for watching this. Thank you for watching this from Japan. I'll go ahead and take a look and see if this is if Fort Benning is out of the risk or not. I think they might be, because most of Georgia is already. Fort Benning, Georgia, is just south of Columbus. Yeah, they are completely out of the risk. They should be fine. We have a new tornado warning here that has been issued for Pickens County in South Carolina. That will be in effect, I believe, until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'll have to double check that here real quickly. And it is in effect until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So a very, very concerning setup here from this storm as well. Clear rotation with this. I've actually been watching it as it has developed over the past couple of minutes. And we do have that clear rotation to where the green is moving towards the radar, the red and orange is moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And so we got to continue to watch this. If this thing continues to intensify further and further, places like Liberty and Pickens could potentially be impacted by this. And so definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for. The other tornado warning that's just to the west of this for Anderson and Pickens, that one doesn't have that as much of a tornado threat anymore. So that one probably will be canceled. So places like 6 Mile, Central, Clemson, Pendleton will most likely be out of the risk in that regard. Heading off a bit further to the south, we do still have that tornado warning here for this would be Edgefield County, and that is still in effect until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The thing of it is that the rotation is kind of depleted a little bit with this cell, although it's had a bunch of instances to where it's actually tried to reorganize within the same area actually. And so it's one of those things to where we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But this is the PDS tornado warning. It's not on the ground anymore, but it still has had a history of producing strong tornadoes, so we're really going to have to watch out for this as this moves off towards the north. A plethora of flash flood warnings have been issued across the area. You can see all of these green polygons here in Georgia. That is your flash flood warnings. There's even a flash flood warning over Atlanta, Georgia right now, with 2 to 4 inches of rain that has already fallen. And so some localized areas could potentially get some very big rainfall amounts even after the storm, and even some areas that are within creeks, valleys, any sort of areas that can get rain and basically get higher amounts than it typically is. Then you should stay away from it. As I said, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. This is ongoing here in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. We have a current ongoing tornado outbreak that is happening here from Tropical Depression Fred, which did make landfall yesterday in Florida, and how this has continued to progress with the wind shear here that has been very, very beneficial to development of tornadoes has been rather expansive. So one thing that we got to notice there and take into account from all the information here is that this most likely will not stop. It will most likely continue, and we're going to continue to try and cover this as much as possible. Let's see, another update here. Continues the PDS tornado warning for Edgefield County in South Carolina. So that's a thing there. More flash flood warnings have been issued. The tornado warning for Anderson and Pickens County has been canceled, as I did predict that it would be. And so it's just going to be this constant flow of more tornado warnings, more flash flood warnings that'll be issued. I mean, look at how many flash flood warnings have been issued across the board here. I'll even move it to another radar here. Greer is probably the one to go. And look at how many flash flood warnings there are. That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, there's some decent rotation with this cell here near Liberty. Seems as if Ryan Hall is actually on this cell too. He might be a little bit behind though, so I don't think he'll be able to catch up to the cell. And the thing of it is too is, with the actual, with tropical system, it's very hard to try and catch up with these storms. They may be moving at a specific smaller speed, but the only issue with that is that they move in erratic patterns. They kind of curl off and away. So if you try and move into the same area, the same direction, you're probably going to miss this, and it's probably going to outrun you completely. So it's not really doing all too much as of right now. Where's my face cam? I feel like it covers a bit of the screen too much, so I'm not going to have it on right now, unless if some people want my face cam on. But, yeah, as of right now, I think I'll have it off. One thing I do want to mention here with this tornado outbreak, it's not just the tornado outbreak, we also have tropical weather ongoing. An update here for Tropical Storm Grace. It is expected to become a hurricane prior to the Yucatan Peninsula, and I do want to mention that rapid intensification is possible. So I know I have a couple people who live over in the Cayman Islands here. They need to be wary of a potential hurricane that could be intensifying right over them. So just keep that in mind as that continues to progress further and further. And even people here near Cozumel, Cancun, and the Yucatan Peninsula, even afterwards and towards the mainland of Mexico, really need to watch out for a hurricane that will most likely be on your doorstep. Let's go back to the the severe weather here. We're going to go to the tornado warning up to the north here, south of Sparta, near Jonesville, and look at the rotation here. The rotation has definitely gotten better defined. This is a tornado warning for Wilkes County here in northwestern North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And just by looking at this, it's very much so better organized. The spectrum width, which indicates turbulence, obviously tornadoes create turbulence, shows there is a bit of a spike right here, so there could potentially be a funnel cloud, if not a wall cloud with this cell, and it might be trying to translate to the ground. Just by looking at the terrain around this thing, I mean, obviously it's relatively flat, but I don't see any metropolitan areas, any neighborhood areas that could really be majorly impacted by this. Of course, there's residential housing every now and then, but it's not an actual neighborhood per se. So that's the good news, that this is happening over those parts of land, and it's relatively rural. But on other news, it's still a tornado, and it still could impact people. So really something that we got to watch out for. Let's see. Let's go back to the Greenville cell right here. And I don't see anything there. Still has some pretty strong rotation with this as well. Or at least decent rotation. It might be trying to gust out a bit more. You can see how this bows out like this. And so most of the wind is coming in behind this, and it's creating a bit of a gust front characteristic with this. So really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to progress. Am I getting dislike bombed? Meh, it is what it is. It is what it is. I think I'm getting dislike bomb on my live stream. I'm not going to get swayed though. This is important for people to realize that there's still tornadoes ongoing, and that there most likely will be impacts here. I mean, it's unfortunate that my channel's probably going to take a hit because of all the dislikes, but it is what it is. Don't really care all too much. I mean, of course I care, but priorities, man. Priorities. There's Ryan Hall, y'all. He's a bit further south of the system, so he's probably not going to catch up, as I said, to it. It's actually pretty much outran him, so he might... he probably won't catch up to it. Yeah, he probably won't here. He probably should focus on some of the cells south if he wants to try and get any sort of activity. I mean, not obviously, not the cells that are near Augusta, of course. The cells that are along that line. I definitely think he should focus on that, although there isn't really all too much tropical development with that either. So... but yeah, very interesting. Very interesting to say the least from these outer bands again and again. Let's go back to the cell down near Augusta. Speaking of which, and let's talk about that cell a little bit more. As I said, they still continued the tornado warning, the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning there for Edgefield County. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I mean, look at this. This thing is just not exactly as good as it once was. But it still had a very strong tornado earlier. I mean, if I go back a couple of scans here, I'm going to see if I can put velocity and correlation coefficient together with each other. We can see that this thing had a very strong debris signature. There's the velocities of what it once was. There actually was a report originally of a funnel cloud with this bi-breaded air. And then all of a sudden it started translating more, and then you could even see the debris signature with it after it produced the beginning of the funnel cloud. You probably lost sight of it as it continued to move north. And that's the thing about these storms. These things kind of move in all different erratic patterns, and maybe, predictable to most people as to how it starts to genuinely curve. But it's a lot harder to try and track these storms than you actually would think it would be. So... and I should know because I actually chased a tropical system last year. I tracked Tropical Storm Isaias in New Jersey, and those were very hard to try and catch up with some of these tropical systems and their tornadic rotations within them. So it was very interesting to say the least as that continued to move on through. But yeah, it was very. Oh yeah, now all of them are confirmed. So all of the tornado warnings now are confirmed. That includes this one that was up here in this is, I believe, Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina. So this one has been officially reported as confirmed. I'd have to reboot this, I believe, or I believe it's still confirmed. Either that or I backtracked it so much to the point where it's not registering. And that probably was the case. And that is actually the case. So I apologize for the misinformation there. It's not confirmed yet. We do have another report of a multi-vortex tornado. So the cell down here near Edgefield is still ongoing. We still have a strong tornado most likely in progress with this. There is the report. I'll read it to you all here. Multi-vortex tornado crossed State Route 23 west of Edgefield at this time. Was a stovepipe tornado south of the highway. So very strong tornado that was most likely going through. I do have pictures here on the side, but unfortunately, I actually cannot show them to you all due to the fact that they are not for broadcast use. So I guess you'd have to just take my word for it, as unfortunate as it is. But if you guys do find some stuff here that you want me to show on stream, go to my Twitter. All right, my Twitter is a good place for you all to at me. Like, for instance, Alberto Weather sent me this picture right here. There it is. Elkin, North Carolina. Look at that tornado right there. There you go. That is a big time storm here. That is a big time tornado too. So there's your tornado. That is indeed your tornado. But as I said, at me at Nate_Snyder. I'm gonna put the link to my channel in the chat here for you all. So if you guys want to follow it, please be sure to do so. I am also live streaming on Twitch right now. I'm trying to get this to as many people as possible, of course. So I'm streaming on as many platforms as possible. So if you want to follow me on Twitch, do so as well. Try and spread the word that I'm also on Twitch. Because it's all about getting the word out to people. If we can try and get this word out to as many people as possible, then it will be beneficial to people in the path. Because this is a big day right here. Widespread activity with the potential of large tornadoes. Should Spartanburg, South Carolina take action? Spartanburg is not exactly in the risk right now, but they could potentially be in the risk a bit later. They are in a tornado watch, and that will be in effect, I believe, until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm not exactly sure if that could be extended or even canceled earlier than that, but still, just something to keep in mind that you are in that situation and you are in the crosshairs of this tornadic event. Now, if people were to ask me, are they going to get hit by a tornado? Well, that's a harder question to answer, honestly. And the reason being because of that is because tornadoes are very small compared to thunderstorms. Just by looking at thunderstorms, we'd be able to see where rain is generally going to be at. But a tornado is much smaller than a huge clump of thunderstorms. So I can't exactly answer that there will be a tornado that will hit a specific area, but what I can answer is that most of these areas here that I am covering are in a massive risk for tornadoes. Is Abbeville, South Carolina in the red? Let me check here for you. Abbeville, South Carolina is right there. So they are south and east of Anderson. So you guys are actually getting just getting done with this main band, the worst band of all of the severe storms. So you guys should be starting to get out of the main risk here soon, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So that's the good news for you all. You guys might actually be fine for the most part. Tornado warning that was over just to the west of Greer has been canceled and or expired. Looks like it's been canceled. Yeah, so Pickens County, the tornado warning has expired over there. In approximately 20 minutes, we will have advisories on Grace and Henri. Tropical Storm Grace and Tropical Storm Henri. So if you guys want to pay attention to that, you can do that as well. But the main concern here is the tornado outbreak that's most likely going to continue to stay for quite some time. So yeah, here's still the tornado warning right here. This is for Edgefield County, and that'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so another 6 minutes here. And this is heading off towards the general vicinity of United States Highway 25 and United States Highway 378. So if you live over there, south of Kirksey, south of Epworth, and just west of Saluda, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Nashville is not going to be in the risk here today. Jefferson, North Carolina, I'd have to look that up. And Jefferson, North Carolina is actually up there. So there is a tornado warning somewhere around there. Jefferson's a bit further to the west of this current tornado warning. So I can't exactly say that it's going to be impacted with certainty. But what I can do here is I can say that because there is activity like this, you guys should definitely be paying attention to your local National Weather Service, which would be National Weather Service Blacksburg and Roanoke. Yeah, I'm just getting dislike bombed. Sheesh. Rough crowd here today, don't we? It's a rough crowd indeed. And I'm losing subscribers. Holy crap. Unfortunate. Oh well, as I said, we got a job to do. I'll focus on getting subscribers later. Raleigh, North Carolina. I think they're probably going to be too far east of the event to really be impacted. Or at least that seems to be the high likelihood in this instance. Charlotte will most likely get an action part of this action in these storms. I think that's most likely the case for you all. I think anywhere practically near I-85, I-85 to Charlotte, and then from Charlotte up northwards on I-77. I think you guys could most likely get impacted there. Trying to look through here, trying to find something. Not sure if I'm able to find it, but let's see. Just got a new update from IEM bot and extends the time of the flash flood warning for Habersham County in Georgia, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This tornado outbreak is currently ongoing over here in South Carolina and North Carolina. It seems to have passed Georgia as of right now. Seems to have passed Georgia. So that's the good news. The outer bands, so the bands that just went through Pickens, that seems to have weakened a little bit. But the big thing here is that we now have to watch out for some of these other bands that are on the southern side. I'm watching one near Greenwood that could potentially intensify further along. And once these bands get closer and closer towards the center area of low pressure, that's most likely going to be the area to when they actually start to consolidate. How do we get to 20 dislikes already? I don't know. I think I got dislike bombed. Either by bots or just people who don't like me, which they can have their opinion. You know, as much as it hurts and as much as it hurts my channel and stuff like that, it is what it is at the end of the day. It's not like I can fix it. Yeah, there was a PDS tornado warning for Edgefield. I mean, there still is, but the consensus of this is that it's really hard to track this thing due to the fact that it's very low to the ground. I don't see a debris signature with it either, so I don't think it is on the ground as of right now. New tornado warning: Edgefield, McCormick, and Saluda counties in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then the tornado warning for Wilkes County will be continued until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time as well. So someone asked about if the tornado warning for Edgefield was going to be extended or not. There you go. It just got extended. The other tornado warning got canceled too, so that PDS tornado warning got canceled. That is the big thing there. What about the multi-vortex tornado? Any updates? The multi-vortex tornado was this Edgefield one. It has weakened and it has seeded, so it's not on the ground anymore. But that cell is still ongoing and it is still moving through. They, as I said, issued a new tornado warning as this has continued to move out through and out of the original warning box area. But according to this warning, it's not on the ground at the moment, so that is the good news. Is anyone chasing these today? Yeah, there's a couple people that were chasing. Brett Adair's out there. Ryan Hallyaw was out there, but I don't know where he's at right now. His spotter network is turned off at the moment, and he was actually missing some of the cells earlier, so I don't exactly know what he's doing. But then again, I don't think he's chased tropical systems before, so that could explain it. KDP with the $10 donation. You are awesome. Your live streams and videos make your day. Well, I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. I really do. Thank you so much for the generous donation. If you guys are enjoying the content, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually gets this onto more people's recommended feeds on YouTube. And that way we may be able to get this information out. That's kind of the reason why I'm a little bit bummed about all the dislikes. Don't hit the thumbs down button, hit the thumbs up button. Because the dislike button, that actually tells people that people should not watch this. And that's kind of the reason why I'm a little bummed out, because people are just like either disliking it to dislike it because they don't like my channel, or they're disliking it to not get the information out. And so, but I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who's helping me. Lisa Spicer with the $5 super chat says, I agree. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. As I said, I really do appreciate any of the support. Any of the support that people send to me. As I said, we got 2 tornado warnings at the moment. We're going to go back to the tornado warning in North Carolina for Wilkes County. And that will expire here pretty soon. Yeah, that tornado warning will expire at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so about 13 minutes from now. And the cell is still relatively it's relatively dominant in this entire field here in North Carolina. It's the best looking cell I think I've seen for the most part. It has had a history of producing tornadoes as well, so that's the big thing there. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be doing all too much in the aspect of the producing tornado department. It does have a little bit of turbulence, and tornadoes, of course, do cause turbulence. So we'll have to watch out for it. I believe that it might have a funnel cloud with it. Could be an opportunity where it has a funnel cloud with it. But we'll have to see. New tornado warning, as you just saw on your screen, just got issued for Allegheny and Wilkes County in North Carolina. That will be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that's basically an extension for the cell for the people out in front of it. So if you live near Roaring Gap, if you live near Sparta in North Carolina, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We have reports of thunderstorm wind gust damage in Oconee County, South Carolina. A tree on a house on Crow Drive, Seneca. So in Seneca, most likely some damage over there due to the fact that there could have been a strong damaging wind gust or even a tornado. It was possible over there. There was a tornado warning over there, so really need to watch out for that. We also have reports of damage in Oconee County, Georgia, of a barn that has collapsed in the intersection of Old Farmington Road and Astondale Road. So that would be 2 miles east-southeast of Bishop. So really interesting to say the least. Do you think we will see a high risk by the end of the year? No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. But yeah, as I said, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This cell down here, south of Liberty, is starting to look pretty interesting. I was talking about some of these areas along some of the cells here, some of this line that could potentially start to spin up. And I'm already seeing one area here north of Anderson that could potentially be trying to organize here as it gets closer and closer towards the center area of low pressure. And the reason why I say that is because you can see how this area right here of the winds moving away from the radar kind of spikes within this general vicinity. And what usually happens with that is that you have that wind that's moving away from the radar, but then it also kind of gets slung around the backside and creates that counterclockwise rotation. So let's wait and see if that thing will try and get better organized as it continues to move off to the north. That's the big question here in this instance as to whether or not we could potentially see another tornadic system. Let's go back down south towards Edgefield here. Let's go down to that tornado warning here. As I said, it has been continued. So this is the new tornado warning for Edgefield, Saluda, and McCormick County. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And it's not exactly the best thing in the world to look at by any stretch of the imagination. There's not really a whole lot of rotation with it right now. So it might have actually withered away a little bit. But there's other cells that are just to the south of it that actually have some pretty decent kinks in the line. Might even try and get a little bit of rotation as well. Specifically around Eureka and Trenton. They might actually potentially get a tornado warning here soon. So watch out for that. Let us see. Tornado warning for Wilkes County will continue. So that's the southern tornado warning of the 2 tornado warnings in Virginia. But yeah, pretty interesting to say the least. Let's see. Let's go on Twitter and let's see what you guys have sent me. Got a lot of notifications there too. So I appreciate everyone there. Yeah, Spotter Network. Yeah, there you go. Multi-vortex that you guys were we were talking about earlier. Yeah, look at that. That's the same exact thing right there. Big time tornado, most likely. Let's actually, yeah, I already retweeted that, so there you go. Yeah, that's a fake Pecos Hank. There you go. I think I might actually know who that is too. Unfortunate that he's going back to his old ways. For people who are curious, he's a bit on the younger side, so he's not exactly the most mature thing in the world. But it is what it is. Sunset with the $10 super chat says, Nate, you are one of the best. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. May you get bonkers? Hey, you can purchase bonkers if you want to. If you want to, of course. You got beef with someone? No. There's just typically in the weather community, typically 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, they tend to troll a lot. And they're not exactly the most mature things in the world. Some of which are pretty good, but this person I've had a history with on Discord. So, unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm assuming he got a bunch of accounts and then he just started disliking it. But yeah, as I said, don't really care. I do want to take a look at the latest HWRF model here for Grace, because I am curious as to how this is predicted. Oh yeah, it intensifies right into Grand Cayman. That's unfortunate. And it rapidly intensifies heading into Yucatan. Yeah, that's not good. Because I do have some viewers. I do have a viewer or two who lives in the Cayman Islands. So that's kind of concerning there. It's very concerning, actually. Advisory for Henri has been issued. And the advisory for Grace has not been issued yet, but they're probably going to do so here soon. New tornado warning for Aiken, Edgefield, Lexington, and Saluda counties in South Carolina. That will be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this thing has been extended a bit further. This is the one on the southern side of South Carolina here. And yeah, it's that cell that was right near Eureka I was talking about. As this continues to move off towards the north. This is the cell that we were talking about right here. And it is trying to organize a little bit better. There's a little bit of turbulence on it. Not a huge amount of turbulence like what we typically find on tornadoes. But there is a little bit of a lowering to where it might be trying to congeal itself a bit more. Trying to get a lot more activity right within that. And who knows? We might be able to see a tornado in the future. That's the reason why there's a tornado warning issued. So if you live near Ridge Spring, if you live near Batesville, Leesburg, if you live anywhere along United States Highway 1 from Aiken up toward Batesville, Leesburg, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing is currently north of I-20, so I guess Aiken is actually in the clear for the most part. It's just areas from I-20 along US 1 and further north up towards Monetta, Ridge Spring, Ward, that general vicinity right there. So really got to watch out for that. I don't see a debris signature at all from this, so that is the good news here. But regardless, we're going to need to want to watch out for it as much as possible. Let's go back up to the tornado warning here. Heading off towards the border of Virginia and North Carolina. Someone said that there could be a debris signature on the cell. I don't think that's the case at all. There wasn't really enough evidence to back up for a debris signature. So I think that's going to continue to still be a tornado warning storm unless if it starts to really gain tornadic characteristics into which we could start talking about it to potentially be a big situation. Henri seems to be going to Canada. Is it too early to see what it is going to do after it? I mean, it would have to depend on where, on its strength within the next couple of days, honestly. That's the big thing there with Henri. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, Grace is now got an update, so we'll talk about Grace here in a bit. I guess now would be a good time before stuff starts to kick off again. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe because I do analysis like this whenever stuff does get bad. So any sort of tornadoes, any sort of landfalls for hurricanes, I make videos in the morning trying to warn people ahead of time as to what all is happening. So if you guys think that covering, severe weather, tropical weather, and winter weather, whenever we do get into winter, is your stuff, your type of stuff to stay up to date with, feel free to subscribe to the channel. It is free on YouTube. Of course, on Twitch, you would need to just follow me. But Yeah, I would really appreciate it if you guys would subscribe. Let's go back. Yeah, someone mentioned if there was a correlation coefficient drop. I didn't see there was enough evidence to back it up. Um, very strong updraft characteristics on that cell, but I think it's too far away from the radar. And if there was a debris signature, we'd probably see a bit more of a ZDR verification, if you will. So as of right now, I think it should be a little off that. There is a report of a tornado west-southwest of Harmony. This was a delayed report, so it's not exactly a current report, of course, but there was a report of a tornado on the ground near Harmony. So this was a bit back before I started streaming. And there was a couple debris signatures on that as well. So really interesting to say the least, but yeah, very interesting activity here across, all of Fred. And the thing of it is too is, first off, the tornado warning for Edgefield, McCormick, and Saluda counties have been canceled. So that's the one with the original multi-vortex tornado. That tornado warning has been canceled in itself. But the thing of it is here with this activity is that it's not just today that only gets it. We also have tomorrow. There's a risk for tornadoes tomorrow too that actually is ended right in my area. So I could potentially even storm chase that if I really wanted to. And I guess we'll have to see if the models continue to say so. That I could potentially be, storm chasing that. Then yeah, 100% I could. But I guess we'll have to see. As I said, I'm going to be uploading a video tomorrow morning for you all, updating everyone on the current situation of the potential tornado threat for Fred, I should say. And then, of course, my predictions as to the intensities of Fred as it gets closer towards the Yucatan Peninsula, and even the potential of it being a hurricane in the Bay of Campeche. Maleo Flintendo has become a weather enthusiast, official sponsor of the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. It really does mean a lot. So thank you very much. You get special perks like emotes and stuff like that. You also get shout out. Today was a bit of an emergency stream, so I couldn't actually get the graphics out for you all, because this is what it typically would look like. This would be the graphics that we would typically see here. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the graphics up to date for you all, because I didn't really expect myself to be live streaming today. But in this case, we decided to do so. And so we are going to continue to live stream without graphics. But you'll have your name at the bottom screen that switches on through, and that'll be pretty cool for that. Let's go back to the radar here. Actually, before we go back to the radar, I do want to talk about one thing here. First things first, of course, we do have the severe weather event here today that's ongoing throughout much of South Carolina and North Carolina. We do have a couple tornado watches that are in effect, including a new tornado watch that has been issued here. This is Weather Watch 245 for those cells that have been kind of just moving about. There is a new tornado watch for that system, but we do have other days in which we could be talking about severe weather. So I mentioned today, I mentioned tomorrow, but on, I believe this is Friday, there's also the potential for some severe weather over here in Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota. In regards to what I think will happen there, it would have to depend upon how the low pressure system moves through the northern portions of the United States. As I said, I'm probably going to upload a video for you all discussing as to what's going to happen with that cell. It'll be a quicker video, Not exactly a quicker video, but like not exactly the in-depth analysis that most people may be used to from when I uploaded videos in March and April, which by the way, those videos, if you ever want to learn more about weather, go to those videos. I went so much in depth as to what actually goes into severe weather, and maybe a bit too in depth than I actually should. But yeah, that's those were the days right there. Those were the days. So the potential for some severe weather is possible on Friday as well. And I can't exactly say if I'm going to be live streaming that. I guess we'll have to see. But just a heads up here for the channel. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. I'm new to your streams. Help me better understand forecasts and keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. As I said, you know, any sort of help to the channel is really greatly appreciated. I think most of you might actually realize that I'm relatively close towards 13,000 subscribers, so I'm pretty excited for that milestone. Surprisingly, we're actually 26 subscribers away from that. But help like this, you know, you guys are great. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate it. This guy is streaming from Texas. Is there anything that's happening in Texas? Our Twitch community is very small and there's less trolls here. Yeah, that's true. As I said, I am live streaming on Twitch. So if you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch as well. And just for people who, you know, want my information out quicker, my live stream actually is out sooner on Twitch than it is on YouTube. So if you have a Twitch channel, feel free to go over there. But of course, YouTube's going to be my main platform. So I'll still be on here on YouTube, but just for anyone who might want to go on Twitch, may think that that's a little bit easier, feel free to head over there. I'll still see the chat because I have chat for both YouTube and Twitter right there on the side. Shell Renee, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, or I should say welcome back. How are you this fine afternoon? Let's take a look at this tornado warning now. Again, there actually might be another tornado warning here issued soon. This one north of Windsor. So we got two areas of potential rotation. We have, of course, the tornado warning right up here. But then we also have this cell right here in Windsor. And that's going to be really, really interesting to watch as that continues to propagate northwards. So we could potentially be having more tornado warnings here in South Carolina. How do you become a member? So if you were to get out of full screen for your for the live stream and you go down to where the subscribe button usually would be, there's a join button there. And the join button, once you click that join button, there's an option to where you can be a weather enthusiast. It only costs $5. I don't try and, you know, make the price super high like other YouTubers, because I personally feel like if you do that, you know, it's just too much for people to ask. Like for me to ask for people, and for me to ask people to donate that way. You know, they have the liberty to, if they really want to donate or even be a sponsor, and they could just do it from manual donations and not have to do it every single month. Because, you know, I'm not sure about you guys, but $50 a month, you know, $50 a month for, you know, just supporting a YouTuber, that's kind of a lot, especially for a weather YouTuber of all things. So that's, I made it $5. I made it very comparable to Twitch. There's a subscription over there. Their subscriptions are very different from YouTube subscriptions. So it's basically, Twitch's versions of subscriptions is basically becoming a member on YouTube. And so I just decided to make the same thing there. Vasily Galenko Jr. with the $5 super chat. I already know it's going to be something about Greer because I remember that you actually live near Greer. And so oh wow, how did I know? Message says, hey, I'm around Greer. Those storms are going to be strong when they get here. Yeah, they most likely could be. There's a couple of showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be strong that could get over there. There has been a history of producing tornadoes from this line. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Really going to. A new tornado warning has been issued. Look at that, guys. It's the same exact cell that I was talking about earlier. Look at that. Tornado warning for Aiken County. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is now south of I-20 right here. This is just to the east of Aiken, north of Windsor. So basically, if you live along I-20, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Didn't I have a part of my screen that listed all the warnings? I had a part of my screen that listed stuff, listed who was in the risk, as well as the watch. So this is what my normal screen would look like. But unfortunately, because I didn't expect myself to be live streaming today, I don't exactly have that. So, yeah. Here we go. Confirmed tornado now. This tornado warning right here in Aiken got a confirmed tornado. So that's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, they're saying this is a confirmed tornado. Let's see if I can get... Yeah, damage threat considerable. PDS. PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation right here. So if you live in these areas, you guys need to really watch out, especially anyone south of I-20. Zachary DuBose with the $5 super chat says, what about Lexington, South Carolina? First off, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Let me look that up real quickly, and then we're going to go back to this particularly dangerous situation. Lexington, South Carolina. You guys are still in the risk, so I would watch out for these cells. As a matter of fact, these bands of storms are going to be heading off into your general vicinity, so I would really watch out. Delaware is going to be in the clear. Anyone from Delaware, you guys are in the clear this evening. The main areas that are going to be impacted here is Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. If you live in those areas, you guys really need to watch out for these storms. But this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning for Aiken County in South Carolina. And this will be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is a confirmed damaging tornado. It has been radar confirmed too. So I'm assuming this is the debris right here. This is the debris signature that it had. It's very hard to find the debris signature with this because it's not exactly... That's kind of like the inflow right here. It's right within the inflow notch. But as I said, I would not be surprised if this was a tornado because we did mention earlier that this looked like it had tornadic characteristics. And so this is a very, very concerning situation. And as I said, this is the same thing. This is the same broken record that we're going to be seeing all day. This line that's going to continue to move all the way up from here in South Carolina, even portions of Georgia. That's probably not going to be all too tornadic once you get further south of that. But from South Carolina all the way up into North Carolina, that entire band from Fred, that's going to continue to produce more and more tornadic rotations, more and more stuff that could be tornadic, could potentially even be strong tornadoes. We've already seen one today. We might have seen another earlier, but just a continuous broken record of potential tornadoes across the board here. New tornado warning. This is for Greenwood and Lawrence County in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This has been issued from the Greenville-Spartanburg National Weather Service. So let's quickly go over there. And I would assume that it's for this cell up here in either Pickens. I would say this is probably Pickens. And there might even be a new tornado warning that could be issued for North Carolina as well, near Brevard. But no, it might be the cell right here near Princeton. And if it's Princeton, then that could make sense as well. But I'm having a bit of a difficulty. Oh no, it might be this. No, it's the one near Princeton. It's the one near Princeton. Yeah, so here's the tornado warning areas north of Greenwood, near Hodges, Waterloo, Princeton. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So I'm going to call out the counties here in South Carolina. If you live in these counties, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Aiken, you should be there immediately. You have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, with a strong tornado currently, well, I wouldn't say in progress anymore, but it has the potential of continuing to be on the ground and potentially could be strong later on, maybe even produce a tornado later on. So you guys need to watch out for that. Greenwood, Lawrence, Edgefield, Lexington, and Saluda counties, you guys also need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. You also have Allegheny County up in North Carolina. I know I've been kind of neglecting North Carolina a little bit. Let's go to that tornado warning here and see what is up with the storm. And it does look like this thing has weakened a bit further. So I would have to assume that this tornado warning would have to expire here. Or even get canceled here within the next 15 minutes. It actually expires in the next 15 minutes. So just one thing to note from that tornado warning up in upstate North Carolina. Back down to these storms here. First off, I found Ryan Hall. Y'all. And he's behind the line. So I think he might be actually out of... unless if he somehow continues to move east. If he can get east towards Greenville, Spartanburg, I don't see him being able to catch up with this and actually chasing consistently. Think you see a new debris signature? If it's with the Columbia cell here near Ridge Spring, I would not be surprised with that. Getting a bunch of updates here, but nothing of interest. So that's the good news there. This cell right here near Ridge Spring might be trying to consolidate. It actually has consistently had really good rotation. So if this thing does consolidate, areas near Ridge Spring and Batesville, Leesville here in South Carolina, north of Interstate 20, just to the west of Columbia, South Carolina. If you guys live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions, get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, rapid fire tornado warnings across the board. We're trying to cover them as best as possible here. New update for radar just came in. I do not see... Oh, what in the world? Possible debris signature right there, maybe, but I can't exactly say for sure. I really can't. Continues the tornado warning. PDS tornado warning is still going to be in effect. And a new tornado warning has been issued for Caswell County in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at that tornado warning up there in Caswell County. If I can find it. Is it? Yeah, it's right over here. So this is a new storm that's kind of formed, and it actually might be heading off closer and closer towards the radar. So we might actually have a little better consensus with this storm. And I might actually need to get another radar, another application up for this radar here soon. So we'll pull that up here in a second. Where will Friday hit? Iowa, Minnesota. It'll be southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, that general vicinity over there. So let me go over here to this radar, see if I can get a better consensus as to what's going on with this storm. Where's Durham? So Durham is, if I can go over to a radar with radar, of course. Here's Raleigh, Durham, right here. There's a tornado warning just to the north and west of that. And then there's also a bunch of tornado warnings very far south to the south and west of that in South Carolina. So Raleigh, Durham is a bit far away from most of these storms. All right, we got the new radar up to date here. And we do have a little bit of rotation with this, just a smidge. I don't see all too much activity from this. Let's actually go to storm relative velocities and see if we can have a better idea. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation with it. There's just a little bit, not too significant, but areas near Yanceyville, Providence, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's also Danville, a bit further along the line, and that's very populous, if I remember correctly. So if this thing does somehow continue to maintain strength as it heads towards the north, Danville could be right in the crosshairs there. So Danville, Virginia, that's what I'm talking about. Is West Virginia in the clear? Well, first off, it depends upon where in West Virginia. And second off, if it's eastern West Virginia, especially the eastern panhandle, your risk is most likely going to be tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon. And I'm pretty familiar with most areas in West Virginia because I used to live there. So, yeah, eastern panhandle. Even up here, up near the Monongahela Valley, that general vicinity. Lake Cheat, that area, they'll probably get impacted tomorrow by some tornadic activity. Afternoon, Linda Knowles. How are you this fine afternoon? We have 5 tornado warnings currently ongoing right now, guys. 5 tornado warnings. And the cell near Ridge Spring is starting to intensify. So this is exactly what we did not want to see. But we expected this as this continued to move on through. And so potentially a dangerous situation here for some of these chasers who are right in the pathway of this. What about Maryland? Depending upon where you are in Maryland, then you guys could see a potential impact from Fred and the outer bands, a tornado threat tomorrow. What about Floyd, Virginia? So Floyd, Virginia, I'd have to find out where Floyd is. Give me a second, because I can't see on the map here. So let's look on Google Maps. Floyd, Virginia is just to the north and west of Danville. So you guys, as of right now, are not going to be impacted, but later on this evening, you guys could definitely be impacted, and I would want to watch out for that. Allegheny County, North Carolina, that tornado warning has now been expired or canceled. So that's, where the heck is that? Oh, that one's the one that was over near Sparta and Mount Aries. That one was the one that was expected to disintegrate further. So that makes sense. I'm going to continue to put this radar right here on Rich Spring because this is a very concerning storm right here. Looks very tight. You can see how tightly compacted the reds moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards is. The closer and closer those stronger pixels can be, the brighter pixels can be, that indicates a very strong storm that could potentially move on through. So, yeah, Rich Spring, this is the tornadic cell to watch out for. 100%. DZN, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How are you? How does South Carolina look? You live near there? Well, it depends upon where in South Carolina you're at. there's 3 ongoing tornado warnings that have been moving on through here. One of which looks to be intensifying rather rapidly here soon near Ridge Spring. That would be north of Interstate 20, just to the west of Columbia. And then, of course, there's a couple other storms. If you live in Spartanburg, Greenville, Greer, that general vicinity, you guys are getting impacted by scattered showers and thunderstorms. The potential for some of those showers and thunderstorms to be tornadic is, there's still a decent chance, but we'll have to see as it continues to move on through. Skywatcher, you have become an official weather enthusiast, which is just basically a sponsorship for my channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Basically, you get emotes, you get shout out whenever I manage to fix my graphics, because we actually have a sliding screen at the bottom that does so. But because I didn't really anticipate live streaming today, not exactly the case here to where we actually have the fancy graphics and stuff like that. But regardless, we're trying to get the information out anyway, so I feel like it wouldn't really matter all too much. It's just I would have to explain more things. But what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Texas Bunny, good afternoon. How are you? Near Red Bank. Let's see where Red Bank is. And by the way, another thing to mention here too is that if I accidentally skip over you, just realize there's a plethora of other people in here who are asking all sorts of questions. So it's kind of all over the place. Is it possible to do a 3D scan on it? Probably not. A lot of these storms are very close to the surface. And so because we're looking up well above where it actually is happening, probably not going to be the case here. Red Bank is in the path of most of these strong thunderstorms, so I would want to watch out for these storms. I would watch out for these storms 100%. I'll continue to stay live as long as I can here, but, you know, that general vicinity of Columbia, Lexington, Red Bank, South Congaree, you guys really need to watch out for these storms as they could potentially become tornadic along the line. And there's even cells south of that, too. Look at these cells near Ulmer, Klein, Barnwell. You guys could potentially be watching out for some cells that could spin up as well. So really need to watch out for that. Really need to watch out for that. Correlation coefficient drop for cell west of Wagner. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it might be a bit more of an inflow band more than anything. So, but good question. Good question. How's Columbus, Ohio looking? It's looking all right. They're going to be impacted by Fred tomorrow, so I guess wouldn't be able to give you, you know, like a big weather report that everyone else is getting from the Carolinas that you would be expecting. Let us see. So much stuff here. You're in Northeast Georgia. Super intense night and morning. Oh, yeah. And that's what Fred did for you all. It's created widespread flooding, some tornadoes every now and then. There actually was a tornado near Homer and Cornelia. That would be north of Jefferson, north of Commerce, basically north of I-85. It was a pretty strong tornado that we saw on radar, not on the stream, but prior to the stream. So that's what it's been doing, all sorts across the board. You just subscribed and like. Well, thank you, Dominic. I really do appreciate it. And then that really does help. You know, anyone who subscribes, you know, likes the live stream. If you like the live stream, that actually gets out to more people's recommended feeds. And so that way, people may get this information who may not know what's going on, especially if they live in these areas. You know, some people may not just know what all is happening with the weather, because let's be honest here, all right? Weather's not exactly a well talked about subject. A lot of people think it's typically boring, but, you know, if we could try and get the information out that there could potentially be dangerous situations with these tornado warnings, with, you know, even the hurricanes that we talk about with the videos that I do upload. Yeah, as it's not just live streams that I do. You know, I also upload videos on tropical weather. I did a bunch of videos on Tropical Storm Fred when it made landfall in the Florida Peninsula, Florida Panhandle. And so, yeah, I try to get the information out as much as possible, and by liking my videos or live streams. You actually help me get these videos out to more people who may not know what's going on. So for instance, the next topic that I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be making a video tomorrow. Tropical Storm Grace. It could potentially intensify into a hurricane or even a strong hurricane prior to it getting towards the Cayman Islands and Cancun, Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula right here. Cozumel, if people have been on cruises down to Cozumel, could potentially become a hurricane or even a strong hurricane over there if it rapidly intensifies. So it's all about getting the information out. It's all about trying to help as much as possible. And not only does it help my channel with expanding to more of a viewer base, but, you know, as I said, it gets that information out. And that's the big thing here with what I try to do on my channel. That's another tornado warning that just got issued. I'm looking at my screen over here on the side. Yeah, we've got so many tornado warnings that just got issued. If I can count on my screen, we have 7 tornado warnings currently ongoing across much of the eastern portions of the United States. And, geez, it's all over the place. It is really all over the place. Let's go take a look. This is a new tornado warning right here for Rabun County in northeastern Georgia, as well as Macon County in western North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here near Clayton, near Dillard, near Saddle, near Scally Mountain and Highlands, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Taking a look at the velocity, we indeed see a pretty decent rotation here. Your reds are your winds moving away from the radar. Your grays and greens are moving towards the radar. So right in the middle, that counterclockwise spin is where we would try to look for some sort of tornadic rotation, because tornadoes, fun fact, spin counterclockwise and not clockwise. Although sometimes they do spin clockwise, but that's on a very rare occasion. So more often than not, you'll see a tornado spin counterclockwise. So that's the motion that we're going to want to look for. And yeah, we do have a bit of those greens spinning, moving towards the radar. That is an indication of a very strong rotation here, indicated by radar. Trying to take a look and see if there's a debris signature from the correlation coefficient, because the correlation coefficient can actually see if debris gets lofted up into the atmosphere. I do not see much of that. Looking at the turbulence indicator or the spectrum width, we do have a little bit of turbulence. The grays and the whites are just normal turbulence, but then once you start to get to the blues or reds and even oranges are pretty bad turbulence. Turbulence is typically indicative of tornadoes. So we do have that activity there. And if you guys live over in the areas that I called, as I said, Saddle, Scaly Mountain, Sky Valley, Highlands, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. We also have another tornado warning. We have a bunch of tornado warnings here across the board. So let's talk about this one over here near Hickory. This new tornado warning has been issued for Caldwell and Burke counties, and that'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over near Morgantown, Codges Mountain, Gamewell, Table Rock, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. People are asking about Virginia and whether or not they are safe. Tomorrow, you guys could potentially be seeing a tornado risk, depending upon where you live. If you live near the Shenandoah Valley, then you guys might potentially be getting a tornado risk tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, as well as maybe even tonight, depending upon how far south in the Shenandoah River Valley you are. But the potential for some activity is possible across the vicinities of Virginia. Anyone know how many tornadoes have been on the ground today? At this point, I think I've lost count. I think I've actually lost count for the most part. But there is so much activity here. Let's talk about the last new tornado warning that just got issued. I was talking about these cells over here near Ulmer and Klein, Hilda, and Barnwell. They have indeed issued a new tornado warning, and there's some very rapid rotations over here. Barnwell County, you guys are on a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you guys live near Barnwell State Park, Williston, and Blackville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I say this is some pretty strong rotation, and I actually mean it. And if we take a look at the storm relative velocities, which makes it easier to see rotation, look at how bright that green is there. Look at that. Very bright winds, very strong winds moving towards the radar, and then some decent winds moving away from the radar too. You can see some of that reds. Right in the middle is a very strong rotation that is starting to move on through, and even the spectrum width does indicate a bit of turbulence right in between that spot. If I take a look at the debris signature, well, we might have a little bit of debris from this storm too. Right in the middle, you can see the green pixels. That indicates a heavier density in the atmosphere, and it's heavier than rain. So usually what is heavier than rain is, well, trees, leaves, sticks, pieces of houses, stuff like that, even cars in some instances. And we even have that signature that could potentially be a tornadic debris signature right there. So we could potentially have a ongoing tornado that could be heading towards the town of Barnwell. So all the more reason why you guys need to get this information out as much as possible. As I said, you know, by sharing the live stream, even on Facebook and on Twitter. You know, most people even go on there. If they don't use YouTube, they go on Facebook, they go on Twitter, they try and get information out that way. So by sharing the live stream on there, that is a good way to get information out. By liking the live stream, that gets this onto people's recommended feeds. And so that way we may be able to get this information out a lot more efficiently, because this is a very dangerous situation. Very dangerous situation if that is an actual tornado on the ground. Very dangerous. Let's take a look at this other tornado warning here that is north and east of Ware Shoals. And has this thing congealed? Well, it actually has a bit of rotation too. So this thing is starting to consolidate a bit more. And this general path is heading off towards Greenville, Greer, and Spartanburg. So we need to be watching this cell as well as this continues to progress northward. So a lot of areas that could potentially be impacted here today. I'm trying to look to see the other tornado warnings here across the board. This tornado warning right here for Rabun and Macon County, I checked to see if there's a debris signature. I don't see one yet, if there is one, or if there is a tornado on the ground. I don't see a debris signature on that cell, so that is the good news with that. If I take a look at the tornado warning right here for this would have to be Lawrence County. If there is a debris signature on here, I don't see one on that one either, so I don't see a debris signature on that. But the big ones that I'm worried about here are these cells near Barnwell. Because if there is a tornado ongoing there near Barnwell, let's take a look and see how large the populace is here. And this is a pretty decent town. It even is large enough to have its own little airport too. So there is quite a few people who live in this general vicinity. This is starting to get a little bit concerning here. Still have 7 tornado warnings ongoing at the moment. We still do. These other storm chasers are heading towards this other cell near Barnwell. They see it and they're saying that this is most likely going to go. And I would not be surprised. Ryan Hall, is actually heading towards Greenville, the famous, or not exactly famous, but he's a popular YouTuber as well. He's out chasing today. He's a little bit behind the line, so he might not actually be getting a whole lot of the activity. But let's see, hazardous weather outlook. Not anything new from these other National Weather Service offices. I do have IEM bot in the background. You guys can't actually hear the noise, but anytime here, I'll turn on the background here just for you guys to hear. There's going to be this little ding whenever something new comes in. And I'll only do it for like one ding unless if you guys want that to continue. I think that's a bit annoying for people who might be new to the channel. but I have that in the background and I turn background noise off just to basically save your ears a little bit. But yeah. Spectrum width on Ridge Spring. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. There might be a little weak tornado there too. There's the ding. There's the ding that I was talking about. And just to let you know what that update was, it updates the tornado watch. So Columbia, Lincoln, and McDuffie counties in Georgia, you guys are now out of the tornado watch that has been canceled for your general vicinity. So I'll turn off the background noise. So just to update you guys on what all you're looking at, because you probably see all these little polygons, and you might be wondering for the first time if you haven't seen radar, what is all of this? Well, these red polygons right here, this is an indication of a regular tornado warning. It's not confirmed. It's just a regular warning that says, hey, there could potentially be a tornado. However, these little pink boxes indicate that there could potentially, well, not potentially, there has been a tornado on the ground at some point during this warning time. So the time in which the warning has been issued for this general vicinity, there has been a tornado on the ground. And of course they expire too. The boxes will eventually go away. They have a specific times into when they actually expire. But just for people who might be curious as to what those boxes actually are, that's what you're looking at. Let's look back at the tornado warning up here that's approaching Danville, Virginia. This is a tornado warning for Caswell County, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour. Looking at the general rotation, I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. It's very weak for the most part, so I can't exactly say that this thing will most likely withstand as a tornado in the future. But it does have a tornado warning on it, so if you live in Caswell County in North Carolina, you guys need to continue to shelter in place and stay in your lowest innermost part of your building. Cats Like Meteorology on Twitch, what's up? Thank you for coming out on Twitch. I really do appreciate that. As I said, I am live streaming on Twitch as well, and my live stream actually gets out quicker on Twitch, so if you guys want to go on Twitch and see my thoughts a lot quicker sent out, then the link is in the chat right there. But this, of course, YouTube's my main platform as well. YouTube's my main platform, so I'm going to be live streaming on YouTube. But, yeah, that's, the thought process behind that is I'm trying to get to as many platforms as possible to try and reach as many people as possible. So if I can tell more people about what's going on, then of course I'm going to take it. I'm going to take that opportunity. And that's the reason why I'm live streaming on Twitch. This cell right here that's near Gray Court is really interesting to me. It's south of Greenville, Spartanburg. Very much so south of Greenville, Spartanburg. And it's right next to Princeton in South Carolina. This thing is trying to consolidate, but it's like a little mini thunderstorm. It's a little mini thunderstorm with a little mini mind of its own, if you will. And so whether or not that can actually consolidate, that's a good question. As of right now, it doesn't look like it is, but it's still something to watch out for. A new tornado warning has been issued for Rockingham and Stokes County in North Carolina, as well as Henry and Patrick County in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So we'll go to that over in a second. I do want to take a look at the cell near Columbia, or south of Columbia, actually, near Barnwell again, because someone in chat did point out something really interesting, and I'd have to agree for the most part with this, is that there is two rotations on this storm. You have one that's right near Blackville, just up here. You can see the greens are moving towards the grays and reds moving away. And then you have this one near Barnwell as well, too. Now, this rotation has actually weakened very much so significantly from the past 10 minutes that we've covered this. So that's kind of the same situation that we're going to be seeing for the most part of today. We're going to see this random areas of rotation that start to spin up, could potentially produce a tornado, and then it'll weaken. and then there'll be another part of the line that'll do it, and it'll just continue to be the same situation over and over and over again. And there might even be another area here near Batesville and Leesburg. So there's just all sorts of areas here that we're going to watch out for. A couple tornado warnings have actually been canceled. So the one that had the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, that also has been canceled too. So that is the good news. Is Apex, North Carolina okay? Well, let's take a look here real quickly before we head off to that tornado warning. And Apex is out near Raleigh-Durham. As of right now, you guys should be fine. Of course, you know, a bit later on tonight, you guys might get some activity, but as of right now, you guys should be okay. Oh, wow. So there's actually a Storm Chaser, severestudios.com/live chase. So there actually is a spotter who's live streaming right now and who's trying to get down to it. Of course, I can't watch it because of licensing issues. I would probably have my channel taken down, which of course I would not like that. I would not like that at all. But here's the tornado warning that we were talking about. As I said, this tornado warning right here is for Rockingham, Stokes, Henry, and Patrick counties in North Carolina and Virginia. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live near Spencer, Sandy Ridge, Sandville, Penn Store, Ferry Stone State Park, Critz, Buffalo Ridge, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of the tornadic rotation, here it is. You can see your greens moving towards the radar, your reds are moving away. There's your rotation right there. You even have a couple weaker ones right next to it, but you have a pretty decently strong one right here, just north of Sandy Ridge. So really got to watch out for this as this continues to move off towards the north. And it's just a broken record at this point, guys. We're seeing all sorts of areas across the board that are seeing quick spin-ups, quick rotations that are developing, and possibly could produce tornadoes along the way. Is Bishopville gonna be okay? Well, let's take a look here real quickly. Bishopville, South Carolina, which is just to the north and east of Columbia. So you guys might potentially see some activity a lot later on tonight. So what's happening right now is over about right here is Bishopville, as you know. Here's the massive line of showers and thunderstorms that have been producing tornado warnings and even tornadoes at some point. And so that will continue to propagate towards the north and east, and you will eventually see some of those showers and thunderstorms within your general vicinity. So I'd watch out definitely later on this evening. I will say for you guys, I will probably have to go by 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Of course, that's a lot of time between now and then. That's actually 4 hours. So we have a lot of time covering this situation as it continues to unfold. But you know, just a disclaimer for people who might want to see me later on this evening. How about Dandridge, Tennessee tonight or tomorrow? Dandridge, Tennessee is it's off near Knoxville. So you guys, I would think you guys are right close enough towards the edge of the tornado risk. I think you guys might be a bit too far west for the main activity, but I think you guys could still potentially see some action over there. So just be mindful. Pay attention to your local National Weather Service office, which would, in this case, be National Weather Service Knoxville, Morristown. And yeah. I do want to give you all a report here. This is a report about a half an hour ago. You guys remember the storm that we were talking about with Ridge Spring, right? Right? Well, storm spotters actually confirmed a funnel cloud, maybe even a potential tornado along that general vicinity. So when we were talking about how there would most likely be a tornado right around Ridge Spring with turbulence spiking with all that, they actually saw that live there. And they actually had reports coming into the National Weather Service office. So Just one thing to note there as we continue to move along. If you guys are new to my channel and you are enjoying the content, please be sure to subscribe. All right, I do analysis like this for severe weather, tropical weather, even winter weather if I get around the time to do it in winter. But severe weather and tropical weather are the two main ones that I do. I also create videos. I create videos of forecasts. I try and warn people ahead of time. And so if you feel like that's the type of content that you might enjoy or you might even want to watch in the future, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. There's a bell button right next to that subscribe button. It tells you when I do something on YouTube when it comes to providing content like live streams and videos. A lot of people, when they subscribe, you know, they don't even know my channel exists after that live stream or that video because they don't turn on notifications. And so if you turn on notifications, you'll be able to know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what I'm thinking, and exactly what information might need to get out to specific people. So big thing there for you all. Is the storm getting bad or will it not do anything as it moves? Well, the thing of it is with these storms, they kind of intensify within a short period of time, and then they weaken within a short period of time, which makes things very unpredictable along the line. I will say there's a couple areas that do have relatively weak rotation, but could potentially intensify just near the area, actually right along Interstate 20, right within this area here, south and east, or south and west, I should say, of Gilbert, south of Ridge Spring here, even around Ridge Spring, right around that general vicinity. So there could potentially be some more activity tornadic-wise as this continues to propagate northwards, eventually towards the Interstate 26 areas. So we'll continue to watch that out for you as time continues to progress. You guys remember when we had 7 tornado warnings? Yeah, now we have 3. So things are starting to kind of calm down for the time being. Not sure if it could potentially amplify a bit further. We're still definitely not out of the main risk by any stretch of the imagination, but still something to keep in mind for you all, that we're in a little bit of a calm streak. I mean, besides for the areas that are being impacted by tornado warnings, they're obviously not in calm areas, but for other areas that were, not anymore. So that's good. Let's talk about this tornado warning again here near Barnwell. And this is a tornado warning for Barnwell County. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And it still has a little bit of rotation. It's actually starting to merge with some of these other thunderstorms. You can see that here's a big mess of thunderstorms right here, but the actual area of interest is actually this little mini thunderstorm right here that looks like a comma head. And right within there, right here at the beginning of this hook, is where we would find the actual rotation. So whether or not this activity right here, this thunderstorm activity, starts to merge with this other thunderstorm, and whether or not it could kill it or intensify it, that's something that we're really going to have to watch out for. But as of right now, there is a little bit of rotation with this. Can't see a tornado on the ground with that one at the moment, but still something to keep in mind with that. New tornado warning, guys. This is a new tornado warning here. And this is a big one right here. This is a tornado warning for Greenville and Greer. So if you guys know anyone who lives in Greenville and Greer, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is a very dangerous situation for a storm that could potentially be producing a tornado in a very populous area. So guys, we have to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter. If you guys live out here, got to share it. Got to get into your safe space. You know, by liking the live stream, you guys actually get this onto YouTube's algorithm, and it sends it out to more and more people. And this information could be very valuable to them, especially if they live in these areas, or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. So it's just a big thing right there as this continues to propagate northward towards a major metropolitan area. Looking at the velocities here, you guys remember how the greens are moving towards and the reds are moving away? Well, we have a pretty textbook signature right here of greens moving towards and reds moving away. Right here, right next to Malden, is where the tornadic rotation could be. And there's even a little bit of a turbulence spike right within here. You can see some reds and oranges right in the middle of that. And so we got some very strong activity that's heading off towards the north. It's definitely inside the beltway here. We got the beltway of Interstate 385, and it's right within city limits there. So we got to watch out for that. It's north and east of the airport. All right, that's the one thing. It's north and east of the airport, but it's still heading off, basically paralleling United States Highway 276. Now, the interesting thing about it is that Ryan Hall, y'all, is actually right next to it. So I wonder if he could actually get some content from this, maybe on his YouTube channel. So maybe he thought, I said if he continues to push east, he might be able to get something. And here we go. How is it here in Blackville? Give me a second. I will be able to get you that information here shortly. So Blackville, South Carolina, I'm assuming is what you are asking for. That is south of Columbia. So you guys are currently getting a band of showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through here. So there's Barnwell, and then there's Blackville right over here. And Blackville is right next to an area of tornadic rotation. So you guys are in a tornado warning. I would personally recommend that you guys go into the lowest innermost portion of your building just to be safe until these showers and thunderstorms do pass you. That way, in case if there is a tornado that forms here, because it does have a strong signature of velocities here, I would definitely recommend just being safe than sorry. So go ahead and get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. People are hinting to me that there potentially could be a debris signature, and yeah, there's a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground that is paralleling US Highway 276. This is heading right into the major metropolitan area of Greenville and Greer. So this is very bad here. Very bad situation. Most likely a tornado on the ground here with this storm. This is yeah, this is a very bad situation. Very bad situation. You can see right here within this blue ball right here, this is all the debris that's being picked up in the air and picked up by the radar. So we're going to actually circle this here for you. And then we're going to put the velocities right over it. And you can see that green moving towards the radar, that red moving away. It's right on top of that velocity signature. And so if you didn't have any evidence before or had a doubt of this thing being on the ground before, well, it is now. And it's still propagating northward. So we really got to watch out for that. And I don't think Ryan Hall, y'all, can actually see this because he's right on the interstate. And this storm is heading right towards him. So I'm actually kind of concerned for his safety a bit. Because right here would be the debris signature, and it's starting to head off towards the north. And Ryan Hall, y'all, is this green dot right here. That's Ryan Hall, y'all. And so just for clarification as to where this tornado is, this is north of Malden in South Carolina, but it is right next to the major metropolitan area of Greenville and Greer. It's about, I'd say, 5 to 10 miles to the south and east of Greenville, and it's about to pass right over Interstate 85. It's actually a little bit further to the west of the intersection of 385 and 85, and it's going to basically continue to move along the western side of it until it gets to the northern side of that interstate, into which it will most likely cross it. So most likely will be the case to where areas near Five Forks and potentially Greer, they could potentially be out of the risk here from this. But this storm right here, big debris signature right there, and it's right next to the it's right next to Ryan Hall, y'all. So I'm actually really concerned for his safety. He probably will see a tornado here, though. He probably will see a tornado right within this general vicinity. So he really needs to watch out for this storm and how it continues to propagate. So as I said, guys really need to share this with friends and family and on social media. Gotta share this because we gotta get the information out. This is a major metropolitan area here in Greenville. Major metropolitan area. Most likely a debris signature right here. Yeah, I'd have to say this is an ongoing tornado right now. Spectrum width still shows that there is a A lot of vorticity here, a lot of turbulence. So there is still the indication that this thing could potentially still be on the ground, as if the debris signature wasn't enough. Yeah, I wouldn't pre-rate this thing. Don't exactly know what the damage is ongoing on the ground right now, but we do know that it is doing damage and that it is picking up debris and that it is heading towards Greenville. Could we have a tornado emergency? We could potentially, but I wouldn't think so, because if they haven't issued a confirmed tornado right now, they probably will here soon. I actually want to see. Let's see if we can find this on the traffic camera. If we can, then boom. Good for us. And we do have a traffic camera here. Massive wind. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. That might actually be the tornado. I think that actually is the tornado. We might actually have a view of the tornado right here. Look at that. That might be the rain wrap tornado. I would not be surprised. Look at that. If I can find another image here. Jeez. What a shot there that we have. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that on the traffic camera. That is... There you go. Yep, this is an observed tornado now. But of course, we have the actual picture of the tornado right here, live. Definitely rain-wrapped. That is a big-time storm, big-time tornado. And that is crazy. Yeah, look at that. Look at how rapidly it's moving. You can clearly see the rising motion from this. Big time tornado. It just crossed the interstate. Still has a debris signature. Jeez. Look at that. It's still spinning. You can clearly see the spin here. You can clearly see the spin. That is crazy. You can see the wall cloud right here. The edge of the wall cloud. Clear tornado right here. Clear tornado. Yeah, and it's still spinning. It's still spinning. That thing is still going. Yeah, it's got... You can even see the clouds ruptures on the sides of it. You can indicate the massive spin within it, and now the rain's starting to obscure the camera. So we're probably going to lose some sight of the tornado here. But yeah, that is indeed a tornado that just went into the main metropolitan area of Greenville, South Carolina. That is very unfortunate. Ryan Hall, y'all got a good view of it. Definitely got a good view of it. But that is a clear tornado that we got live on stream. Guys, we got to share this with friends and family on social media. We got to share this on social media. We got to try and get the information out as much as possible, because there could be some people who don't know what's happening here. I mean, they just issued a tornado warning and said damaging tornado. But that is absolutely stunning. Saw it live on the traffic camera right there of the tornado that just went right through. We gotta share this live stream. We gotta do as much as we can as possible. Because this is concerning. This is very concerning. So Greenville, Wade Hampton, Interstate 385, areas here in South Carolina. Greenville, Greer, Taylors, Wade Hampton. We just saw a tornado live on stream that just moved across the interstate. That was stunning. That was stunning to watch. And I've seen a couple tornadoes. I've seen a couple tornadoes here live on stream on the traffic cameras. We just saw that one live. Purple square means a confirmed tornado. So the red square means a regular tornado warning. And then the purple square means a confirmed tornado is on the ground, or it has been on the ground, or it was on the ground within that warning span. That is... That's pretty bad. That's really bad. Especially if this thing continues to maintain. It looks like the wind speeds have dropped down on this storm. So that is the good news, but it still has a debris signature with this. It still has a debris signature with this. So I would not be surprised if it could still be on the ground as it continues to move off to the north. Yeah, we saw it live on the camera, on the traffic camera as it crossed the interstate. That is stunning. We can clearly see the rising motion of that tornado too. So it's not like it was it's not like it was Scud. It's not like it was anything like that. It was a clear tornado. I'm going to briefly go to some of these other tornado warnings because Greenville is basically taking the priority for the most part. I mean, obviously a concerning situation that just unfolded here because there was a clear tornado that was on the ground there that went across the interstate. It went straight across the interstate. Wow. If you guys do find anything on Twitter, all right, big thing here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Traffic has slowed down over here. This camera might be gone. Yeah, that camera's gone. If you guys find anything on Twitter, okay, and you want to help me out so I can show, any sort of damage, any sort of pictures of tornadoes, that as long as I can stream, I won't get my channel, taken down, please send it to my Twitter, at Nate_Snyder. At Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated. I'll send it on both YouTube and Twitch, which, as I said, I am live streaming on Twitch. We are a little too close to the radar right now. I agree. We're a little too close to the radar. It's very hard to see the debris signature on radar when you're that close, but we could clearly see the tornado both on radar and on the live camera. It looks like the tornado is weakened. That's the good news. That is the very good news. I would need to see damage in order to start pre-rating. I would need to see damage. And guys, I hate to break it to you all again, but we, once again, I think I jinxed it about 15 minutes ago, we now have 7 tornado warnings again across the board. So the activity is not stopping. Let's talk about a couple of those tornado warnings up here in North Carolina. Let's go from west to east. We have the tornado warning right here for Caldwell and Burke counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Edgemont, Collettsville, Globe, Jonas Ridge, Table Rock. If you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have this other tornado warning here for Caldwell County until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live near Lenore and Cedar Rock, that'll impact you at about 310. Blowing Rock in Caldwell County, you guys will be impacted about 340. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with that one. And then we also have this other tornado warning, which is off near Taylorsville. This is for Alexander and Caldwell County until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, especially around near Cedar Rock again, guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go off to the tornado warning in Virginia now. So this tornado warning right here for Patrick County is in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And just by taking a look at the velocities, I don't exactly see a whole lot of rotation with it. So I'm expecting that to most likely expire unless if that line continues to intensify quite randomly at unexpected times, which that's what this line has basically done. It's produced a tornado, or it spun up real quickly and then it died out. Spun up real quickly and then it died out. So, you know, it really depends upon the activity here and what all happens. But yeah, really, really one of those things where you have to take the National Weather Service word for it. The potential for a tornado is possible, and you need to shelter. All right, don't go outside looking for them because they're going to be moving fast and they're going to be surrounded by rain. So you guys really need to take your proper precautions. Very unfortunate with that that tornado that just went through Greenville, though. That's crazy. I hate to self-promote a bit, but if you guys are enjoying the content, please be sure to like and subscribe. Subscribe, actually, if you are new, because I do live analysis of severe weather, like tornadoes and all sorts of stuff, just like this. Not just for places in South Carolina and North Carolina, but all over the United States. I also do live analysis whenever tropical systems make landfall, and then I also upload videos on severe weather, tropical weather, winter weather, or any other stuff that I feel like I need to address. So if you feel like that's the type of content for you all, please be sure to subscribe and then turn on notifications to stay up to date with all my stuff, because most people, when they see my live streams, my videos, they forget who I am. They don't turn on notifications. But if you guys turn on notifications, I guarantee you guys will get accurate information, or at least as accurate as I can be for you all, of what all is happening in the United States and even around the United States. But wow. Crazy turn of events that we've had over the past 30 minutes. Tornado warning has been issued for Lexington and Saluda counties in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's right next to Columbia here. So let's go over to that storm. The other tornado warning that's off near Barnwell County, that's kind of withered down a little bit. But this other cell right here, this has some pretty good rotation south of Batesville, Leesburg. So if you live near Batesville, Leesburg, if you live near Gilbert, you guys need to go and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Someone asked about Union, South Carolina. Give me a second, and I will find that out and find that information out for you all. And as I said earlier on in the stream, if I accidentally miss you all, it's because there's 300 other people who are asking either the same question, or they're trying to point something out, or I'm trying to cover something that's currently ongoing right now. So just don't be offended. I'll get to you eventually. Persistence is key. Union, South Carolina, just south and east of Spartanburg. So you guys most likely will be getting your activity a lot later this evening. Although there is a bit of a gap in between the thunderstorms, so you guys might actually be spared. There's a chance for that, but most of these showers and thunderstorms are going to be heading off into your general vicinity, and the threat for tornadoes is still there, so we really have to watch out for that as that continues to move on through to the north. Now, the thing about this new tornado warning is that it is It's not impacting Columbia. It's relatively far off to the west. It's off to the west of Columbia near Gilbert. So Red Bank, Lexington, Columbia, that general vicinity, you guys are out of the risk from this tornado warning, but that's not saying that you guys could potentially get in the risk of a tornado warning later on this evening, later down along the line. So just keep in mind from that with that information. Look at Hickory, North Carolina. What's going on? Yes, ma'am. I will get to you. Hickory, North Carolina. So you guys originally had a tornado warning earlier on, but now you have some storms that are off to the north of you that are tornado warned. So as of right now, you guys are in the clear. But later on this evening, you guys can definitely be impacted by some more tornadic storms. So I would watch out for this as much as possible. Potentially a new band of showers and thunderstorms that could start forming right around 6 to 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, I will have to depart here at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that's about 3 hours from now, or 3 hours, 15 minutes from now. But for the amount of time that I'm going to be here, I hope that this gets as much information out as possible. So Hickory, you guys are in the clear as of right now, but later on this evening, you guys could potentially get some more impacts. No tornado watch for Charlotte, not at the moment, because you guys aren't in the crosshairs of most of this banding, but I am going to assume that later on this evening, you guys could potentially be there. Is the Greenville storm heading towards Spartanburg? Good question, but no. So the Greenville tornado actually is, most of these storms are moving in a northerly component. So it's moving from south to north, down to up. And so in this case, here's Greenville, here's Spartanburg, and the storm is going like this, if that makes any sense. Now, the only thing about that is that if there are some other showers and thunderstorms that can form off of this line or even further down along this line, then those storms would eventually head off into Spartanburg. And whether or not that will be tornadic is, still the question. I can't exactly answer as to whether or not you will get a tornado exactly, because they're very small things. It's very easy to say whether or not you can get a thunderstorm, into which I think you guys are going to get maybe a couple showers and thunderstorms. But a tornado is very much so harder to predict. And so I'll say you guys are in a risk for tornadoes, but not exactly a big time thing there. Let us see. Martinsville, Virginia. How about Georgia? We just got out of the risk for tornadoes. Yeah, Georgia, you guys should be fine. It's just a flooding risk for Georgia now. But yeah, let's look up Martinsville, Virginia here. And Martinsville, Virginia, I believe is right in a tornado warning. So hold up. Hold up. Yeah, it's right next to a tornado warning, I should say. So Martinsville itself is right next to a tornado warning. But there isn't really a whole lot of rotation in Martinsville itself. Now, further west of you, there is a little bit, just north of Spencer. So it's starting to get into some of the mountainous terrain over there. But yeah, just over near the mountains, there's actually some tornadic rotation that could be heading off further off to the north. So Martinsville itself, you guys are in the clear. But everything else should probably watch out. Or at least to the west of you, I would say. Sheesh. Yeah, that was... I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about that tornado that went through Greenville. We saw that live. We saw that live, guys, on a camera. That was crazy. Good news here for Greenville, all right? If you guys wanted to make rescue efforts, you can do that now. You do not have a tornado warning anymore. They have both been canceled and or expired, so that is the good news for you all there. But you do have some showers and thunderstorms that are still moving on through, so I would probably watch out for those. But there is no more tornado warnings for the city of Greenville and Spartanburg. So that is the good news there. Let's see. Jeez, we are 10 subscribers away from 13,000 subscribers, everyone. Thank you guys so much. How's Spartanburg looking? Spartanburg in itself is about to get some showers and thunderstorms, but in regards to things being tornadic, that threat has ceased a bit. Now, whether or not you guys are going to be guaranteed to get that stuff and get like a tornado, that's a bit harder to answer because it's very fine. But to get thunderstorms, showers and thunderstorms, I can say you guys will be getting that here within the next, I'd say, probably 10 minutes. Truth First, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says thank you for what you're doing. No, thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate the super chat. Wow, look at that. The dislike bomb went away. We had 22 dislikes earlier because someone decided to think it was cool to massively dislike bomb the live stream. But now it went away. Wow. Thank you guys so much. And thank you guys so much for 360 likes. I really do appreciate it. Wow. You guys are crazy. Let us see. Flood warning, area forecast discussion, hazardous weather outlook, nothing tornado warning stuff as of late, besides this new tornado warning that just got issued. So that's kind of strange. And it just got issued for Martinsville. Why? There's no rotation here. That's really strange. That is really strange. But a new tornado warning has been issued for the city of Martinsville, Henry County, and Franklin County. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. I'm going to be honest. There's a little bit of rotation just to the east of it. Just to the east of Martinsville. But I don't see anything else. I think, I mean, of course, Martinsville, you're in a tornado warning, so you should probably get into some form of shelter. But, you know, because I mentioned earlier that Martinsville was probably in the clear for the most part, but west of it, there is a little bit of activity. Now there's a little bit of rotation there, but it's not anything significant. At least according to radar here. But of course, what the National Weather Service says goes, and of course, you know, they have a bit more experience than I do. So if you guys live over in that general vicinity, Martinsville, Laurel Park, Chatmoss, highly recommend you guys get into some form of sturdy structure. Highly recommend that. Riddle Box Bree has became a weather enthusiast. They have became a sponsor to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a sponsor to the channel. What they basically get is they get shout out on my live streams. We typically have cool graphics and stuff like that, but I didn't anticipate me going live today. So we're rolling with the full screen application here, but whenever we do have our graphics up, you will be shout out on our scroll screen at the bottom, as well as you get emotes. You might even get shout out at the end of my videos, depending upon if I can find the time to do that. And so basically, you're just supporting my channel. Thank you so much for the $5 monthly subscription. I really do appreciate it. Well, I should say $5 monthly membership. Vivian Lund with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says thanks for the live coverage. I really do appreciate the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. And I enjoy doing this. I love helping people out. I also love talking about weather. I think you guys can see I'm pretty passionate about it. So thank you so much for the membership. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the $10 super chat as well. Do I have a Discord? You want to DM me a picture? If so, yes, I do. Link in the description is my Discord server, as well as my Discord account is also right there. And Trying Not has became an official member of the YouTube channel. You became a weather enthusiast, a sponsor to my channel. I really do appreciate that as well. The $5 monthly membership. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate this. I really do. And you know me, we're Pokemon Go friends. Yeah, that's true. Now that I think about it, we actually are. Now that I think about it, you know, of course my mind's been all over the place because of what all has been happening. But yeah, now that I think about it, of course we are. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. How are you, Nate? I'm doing good, Mass Dog. How about you? So one thing here that I want to mention real quickly is that this tornado warning right here, just to the west of Columbia, for Lexington and Saluda counties until 4 p.m., has pretty good rotation. I am not going to lie, it has some very good rotation. Someone just DM'd me something. And so, areas out in front of this, north of Gilbert, north of Batesville, Leesville, you probably should be in your safe space. It has some decent turbulence around this area. Actually, some pretty good turbulence around this area. I can't exactly say so much for a debris signature. You can clearly see the hook on this system. This is more of a classic supercell, more or less, rather than just a band of storms forming along a hurricane. But you have your rain wrapping around. You have your inflow to where the storm takes in energy. Right about here is where the tornadic rotation actually is. And so, yeah, north of Gilbert along United States Highway 1, United States Highway 378, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions because this most likely could translate into a tornado here soon. A NASCAR fan with the $5 super chat says, got my first paycheck last week. Wanted to give back for all you have done. No, I appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Believe me, all the support that you guys have been giving me, it's absolutely amazing here today. So thank you so much. But yeah, we've got widespread areas here. And yeah, this is probably the next area that we're going to want to watch out for. Most likely will be the next area to watch tornadic-wise. And there's even one area north of that. There's a little bit of rotation off to the north of that as well. So we'll have to see. But there's definitely a drop well, there's definitely, I should say, a turbulence drop within that area. So we'll have to see if this thing can translate as a tornado. Funnel cloud, oh my goodness, I could not speak. Funnel cloud reported south of Leesville. Oh yeah, that's by Brett Adair. That was no, that actually was recently, wasn't it? Yeah, that was recently. So it's this cell that we were talking about right here. It's this cell. The Batesburg, Leesville cell. Brett Adair has a tornado. I would not be surprised at this point. This thing is looking very, very intimidating. I will say that much. Are those dots with names storm chasers? Yeah, they're actually either storm spotters or storm chasers. For instance, I have one. It's not on right now, of course, but I definitely have one. Could potentially be a little bit of wrapping here. Whether or not it's a tornado or not is still to be determined, but we do have a little bit of a lighter signature here where the actual rotation could be. Maybe even a tornado. It could be a debris ball. So we'll have to see, but very interesting to look at on this. But yeah, this is a very concerning storm that's moving off towards the north and east. Most of these storms, of course, are concerning, but this one right here, I think that it takes the cake for the most part. I don't know why I still have the notifications for Atlanta's National Weather Service on, but I guess we'll have to see. Tornado on the ground in Batesburg? Yeah, I kind of wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, there's the spotter report, funnel cloud, rapidly rotating funnel. That kind of makes sense. That honestly makes a lot of sense. Have you heard about the new destructive severe on your weather radio? Not for me, because I live in Pennsylvania. But, yeah. I've heard that they released those now. But yeah, this thing definitely looks relatively interesting from a velocity standpoint. Definitely has rotation. Whether or not this thing can actually congeal, come together. You know, some people have said that, a storm chaser said that it could be on the ground. It definitely could be. That's the reason why they issued the tornado warning. They're hoping that people in the tornado warning takes their word and gets into a safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Yeah, Brett Adair is in North Carolina right now. He's on the cell, actually. What radar app is this? This is GR2 Analyst, Gibson Ridge Radar Analyst 2. And in my honest opinion, this is the best radar out there. Of course, it's going to cost you a pretty penny, but it does have a 21-day free trial before you do have to purchase a permanent license for $250. Yeah, this is definitely still a strong storm. It looks like the velocities have definitely weakened a bit. I would have to say so, at least. Continues the tornado from Martinsville, Franklin, and Henry County in Virginia. So there's still that activity. Can we see the traffic cams? I don't think we actually have traffic cams out there in that particular part of South Carolina. I could be wrong, of course. And we don't. So we can't exactly see what's happening out there. The only reason why I thought traffic cameras for Greenville, number one is because it's a populous area, and number two, it's because it was near an interstate. Now, of course, it paid off because we saw that tornado. We definitely saw that tornado. It's visibly on the ground in Brett's stream. Okay, so that means if it's I guess it really doesn't change a whole lot as to what the dynamic is here. Whether it's on the ground or not, it still has the potential of producing a tornado. But if it is on the ground, it's all the more reason for you to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, right? Debris signature on the tip of the hook. I don't see the debris signature. I mean, there could have potentially have been one before, but I don't see it anymore. So I can't exactly say that it was a actual tornado via radar. But if it's on someone live storm chasing stream and it's on the ground, then you probably should be in your safe space. The reason why I'm saying this is not debris right here is because it juts out like this and it juts out like this. So here's your outflow boundary right here, and then you have your inflow band right here. And this is kind of just one of those classic signatures to find with most supercells, but this is kind of like a little mini supercell. So you have your inflow that's jutting in like this. You have your outflow boundary that's right here. You have your outflow, your riffling downdraft surging in right within there. And so that's kind of the reason why my consensus is it's probably not on the ground via radar, but it could definitely be on the ground via any sort of live stream storm chaser. So if it is on the ground, all the more reason for you to stay in your safe space. Underground, lowest innermost part of your building. We'll be crossing over United States Highway 378 here. This is just to the west of Columbia, South Carolina. Just to the west of Columbia, South Carolina, for anyone who's wondering as to where this tornadic storm is. So definitely need to keep in mind with where this is heading. Good news here, everyone. We have 5 tornado warnings. It's not 7 anymore. It's not 7. It's 5. So thank the Lord for that. Lexford, Columbia, Raleigh, Durham. I might have to actually get another... I might actually have to get another radar here. Yeah, I might have to get another radar and put it at Knoxville, because you got those tornado warnings that are going on the outside of all the radars here. So I guess we'll have to see. The only unfortunate thing here with North Carolina is that with most of these severe storms is that they're in between radars and they're looking up higher than the ground. Well, obviously, you know, the radars are looking higher up in the atmosphere, but the further and further away from a radar you are, the higher and higher it looks up in the storm. So the radars that are good when we're trying to track storms, well, this one's close to the radar. You have a radar literally right next to a couple of these tornado warnings. You have this one, which is right next to the radar right here. But then you have this radar right here, this radar right here, this radar right here, and you have tornado warnings out in the middle of nowhere right here. And so it's very hard for us to tell as to what's happening at the surface with this as this continues to progress. We have a new information here from the Storm Prediction Center. A enhanced risk has now been issued, and most likely a 10% chance for tornadoes, maybe even a 10% significant chance for tornadoes within this area. But a enhanced risk has been issued for tornadoes. A 10% chance, 10% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius is possible here. And let's actually go ahead and take a look at that. Let's take a look and see. Yep, here's your enhanced risk right here. That's your greatest risk for tornadoes for the rest of the day. Take a look at the tornado probability. Yep, so it's just a 10% chance for tornadoes right within this area. Just a 10% chance for tornadoes. The point being is that the conditions have been quite ripe for tornadoes overall today. And so they felt the need to increase the probability of this general vicinity getting tornadoes. So we got to watch out for this. All right, as I said, I'll be live streaming up until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, most likely. So I won't be able to get stuff after that, but until then, we're going to be covering this as much as possible. Let's look on Twitter here, see what's happening. Ryan Holyall is right next to the tornado. Did he find anything or did he post anything on Twitter? Most likely not. Doesn't seem as if he did. So did he miss it? Maybe. He could have. Yeah, this person said there was a tornado on the ground as well, so that's like ground confirmation for the most part. I'm trying to see if there's any other information here on Twitter. As I said, if you find anything on Twitter and you think that I should show it to the stream here, whether it's damage, whether it's a tornado picture, whatever stuff that I may be able to show on stream, feel free to send it to me, or even add it at me, at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That'd be greatly appreciated. So there you guys go. There's the link to my Twitter. It's in the chat for people who are curious. Tornado warning for Caldwell, North Carolina has expired. That is good news there. I'm assuming that's both tornado warnings for Caldwell has expired. So that would be these cells in the middle of nowhere. That's the good news. So we can actually cover this. We can actually cover these storms that are closer to the radar. So very good. Nate, would if you get that get a tornado that doesn't touch the ground, but they're still doing damage, is it confirmed or no? Well, I mean, if the tornado is doing damage, if something's doing damage, and it just looks like a funnel cloud, that's a tornado on the ground. That's a tornado on the ground. If there's like a funnel in the sky and it's not swirling down at the ground, then that's a funnel cloud. But if it's doing damage, then that's a tornado. I had to stretch there for a second because I'm kind of stiff. New tornado warning for Franklin, Henry, and Patrick counties in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, it's a extension to the old tornado warning that was a part of Martinsville. As I said, didn't really have a whole lot of rotation in Martinsville, but there seems to be a little storm now that after it passed through Martinsville, seems to have a little bit of rotation here. And you guys can see that if I pull up storm relative velocity, you can see the greens are winds moving towards the radar. The gray and red is moving away, and so this counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation is. Sorry for blinding most of you all, but it's right within there. I would continue to watch out for this. Do you think anything is going to hit southeastern Pennsylvania? Probably not today or tomorrow. You guys might get outer bands from Fred tomorrow. But, probably not anything tornadic. I'll have to look at it some more, though. I think you guys are in a tornado risk. One thing I do want to mention here real quickly for you all is that all of these green polygons over here on the left-hand side, these are all flash flood warnings. And look at how many of them there are. There's a total of 19, but there's a couple of them that aren't even in the general vicinity. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flash flood warnings have been issued from Fred. Localized flooding, damage to small trees has already been reported. You can see right there. So there's been a lot of activity, all right. Let's go back to Columbia here, where we do have some pretty interesting rotation that's starting to develop again with this storm. So we might even see another tornado warning here soon. Probably near, probably an extension for Little Mountain and Chapin. But yeah, definitely something we're going to have to watch out for as this propagates northward. Any correlation coefficient drops? None that I see here right now. I don't see any right now. Let's go up to the one in Virginia. Is there any debris signatures up here? I don't see any. So, as of right now, I'd have to say no. Earlier there was. Of course, earlier there was. There was the, there was the tornado that went through Greenville. Which that was crazy. Seemed as if Ryan Hall y'all went to the side. But did you just see a tornado pop up in Greenville? Earlier there was. We actually watched the tornado in Greenville as it went on through. For people who want to rewind in the YouTube stream, you can do that. And you can even do that on Twitch too, which, by the way, just for people who are curious, I am live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So on YouTube, if you haven't gone on to my Twitch already, please be sure to follow me on Twitch. That'd be greatly appreciated because I do want to try and get on as many platforms as possible and try to get to as many people as possible. And for people who want to hear my opinions sooner, Twitch actually gets the live stream out a lot quicker than YouTube. YouTube has a little bit of a stream delay. So if you feel like that suits your fancy, feel free to go over there. Of course, stay on my YouTube channel because that's where I'm posting my YouTube videos and stuff like that. So, yep. Definitely would appreciate it. Speaking of which, I feel like it's a good time right now to tell you if you guys are enjoying the content, all right? If you're enjoying what I'm doing here for you all, please be sure to subscribe. Please be sure to subscribe, all right? Because I do more content like this. I live stream whenever weather does get bad, whether it's severe weather like this, where there's a bunch of tornadoes and stuff like that, or hurricane landfalls. Sometimes even some tropical storm landfalls, but we do hurricane landfalls as well. And we have a lot of data to provide for you all in that time. So if you guys enjoy content like that, please be sure to subscribe. And we also upload videos too. We upload videos in the morning. Sometimes it's every single day. Sometimes I take a little bit of a break every now and then. But we upload videos every single morning. And it'll be updating you on whether severe weather is coming or whether tropical weather is coming. For instance, if I asked you guys as to whether or not there's another tropical system, many of you who are new may not know that there is another system in the Gulf of Mexico that might end up becoming a hurricane, let alone a major hurricane. So, we got all sorts of information here for you all. And if you guys do enjoy that, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. There's a bell button right next to that subscribe button. A lot of people don't know that I exist even after they subscribe to me. If you want to see more content like that, stay up to date with the most accurate information that I can possibly give, please be sure to hang around and hit that notification bell. What about Denmark, South Carolina? Let's take a look. Denmark, South Carolina, you guys are south of Columbia. So I think you guys are getting some showers and thunderstorms right now, if I'm not mistaken. This would be right next to Orangeburg. And yeah, so Denmark's currently getting impacted. You guys might actually be out of the risk here within the next 10 to 15 minutes here soon, which is the good news as well. But I'd continue to shelter in place as of right now. Definitely could see some strong damaging winds with that. You inspire me to be a meteorologist even more than I already want to. Well, I appreciate the support. I really do. Thank you so much for so much for hanging around my channel. There we go. New tornado warning has been issued. Oh, this is the cell that we were talking about right here. Look at that. Good call, Twister Chaser. You actually talked about it earlier than I did. Probably about a couple of seconds. So there you go. New tornado warning for Fairfield and Newbury, as well as Lexington and Richland counties in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Looking at the velocities on this thing, same thing. Reds are winds moving away, greens are winds moving towards. This is a classic counterclockwise rotation right within the storm. We got a lot to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So if you live near Little Mountain, Chapin, Peak, I said eventually this would head up towards the Interstate 26 vicinity, and now it is. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off towards the north and west of Columbia. So Columbia itself is fine. Lexington is fine. This is in South Carolina for people who are curious, as I said. So there is a lot of activity, to say the least, with this storm. And this entire area has just kind of been the bullseye, more or less. I mean, there's been so much activity that's been happening here over the past hour or two. It's been pretty consistent. So, yeah, as I said, widespread tornado event that's been happening. Even a new tornado warning that's over in North Carolina. Look at that. That's for Hickory. That's for Hickory. So let's go over there, take a look at this new tornado warning. And yeah, there it is. The new tornado warning has been issued for Catawba, I should say. Jeez, Catawba, bruh. That's a pronunciation and a half. So, Catawba, Alexander, Caldwell, and Burke counties. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This thing has a little bit of rotation with this. Just a smidge, though. And this actual storm is north of Hickory. So, Hickory itself is actually in the clear. But this stuff out towards the people over near Granite Falls, Bethlehem, further off towards Lenore, Cedar Rock, Whitnall. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. What about Tropical Storm Henri? What are my opinions on that? I personally think it'll stay out towards sea for the most part. It won't make any direct landfalls with the United States. That's my opinion as of right now, of course. But I also think it could potentially be a high-end tropical storm to maybe even a hurricane within the latter stages of its life expectancy. So big thing to watch out for as that continues to move on through. Can everyone on the East Coast please send the West Coast these storms? We will gladly take them. I believe you guys will. Honestly, wholeheartedly, I think you guys would accept that. Accept these storms and all of this rain. Praying for you guys, though. Wildfires are no joke. Wildfires are no joke. Yeah, I think the storm is further towards the north of Hickory, so Hickory itself is in the clear. But the cells off towards the people, I should say, off to the north of Hickory, North Lakes, North Hickory. Well, North Hickory might actually be in the clear as of right now. But North Lakes, Cedar Rock, Lenore, Yadkin Valley, you guys are not in the clear. You guys could potentially be impacted here soon. Going back to YouTube, yep. That's fine, Nino. Nice to see you on Twitch. I really do appreciate it. Team Twitch on both channels. Seems legit. But yeah, that is a pretty gnarly 10% tornado risk there that's kind of unfolded. Is Blackburg in the tornado path? If you're talking about Blackburg, Virginia, they do have a couple showers and thunderstorms that are heading off into their general vicinity. But that's Blacksburg, I believe. If you're talking about Blackburg, if you're talking about Blackburg, that's a Blackburg. There's a Blacksburg, South Carolina as well too. So sheesh. I guess it would really have to depend upon what one you're talking about it. So there's a Blacksburg, South Carolina that's right next to Charlotte. And this activity is also heading into that general area, area as well. So here's Blacksburg. And even though, there's a lot of storms that are kind of relatively far away from it, you could see some activity that heads off towards Blacksburg. So Blacksburg, even all the way down to Charlotte, you can see how the general path of some of these showers and thunderstorms are in the general vicinity of Charlotte. So really got to watch out for that. Really do. Yep, so Blacksburg, Virginia, you guys do have some showers and thunderstorms that are heading off into that general vicinity. Some of which, one of which actually does have a tornado warning, but whether or not it can continue to maintain, we'll have to see. Henri is only going to give swell on the Atlantic coast. Well, here's the thing about that, actually. If we go over to the GFS and we show you all the, we'll go with the eastern United States. Look at what Henri does, guys. Here's Henri, and it goes north, and it gets really close towards New England. And the thing of it is, too, is that the run earlier, I was talking about on my video, outer bands actually do reach Cape Cod here, Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. So that is really interesting to see if this could progress further and further. But it would all depend upon the ridge that's behind Henri as to whether or not this thing could continue to strengthen and where it will go afterwards, because it can lead it with shear. We are 3 subscribers away from 13,000 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. New tornado warning here. It's actually not exactly new. We talked about it earlier. But Fairfield, Lexington, Newberry, and Richland counties in South Carolina, that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. The tornado warning for Henry County in Virginia has been canceled, but Franklin and Patrick County in Virginia still are in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. What hurricane category do I predict Tropical Storm Grace could be? I would have to say a part of me wants to say 3. A part of me wants to say 3. That would make it a major hurricane. I don't know why my gut is telling me 3, but it's telling me that rapid intensification is most likely going to occur. And it's telling me 3. Now, the thing of it is that will most likely occur in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Bay of Campeche. But in regards to whether or not the Yucatan Peninsula gets, that low of a hurricane, I kind of doubt it. I think Category 2 is about right. Category 1, Category 2. But Category 3, I'm thinking for Mexico. Maybe even if it really rapidly intensifies, Category 4. So, sheesh. Let's see. There's some dry air affecting Fred, so the severe weather tornado outbreak will last all day as expected for the southeast. But the thing of it is it'll come in separate bands that'll start to form out of nowhere. So it'll be kind of like these different waves. And the dry air will just be basically creating cold fronts. So it'll be interesting in that instance. You live in North Wilkesboro in North Carolina and your family is watching the live stream to keep safe. Thank you for all you do. Yes, we did have a tornado on the ground earlier this afternoon. Oh, wow. So that's pretty crazy. Wow. Well, I'm glad you all are safe. I'm glad you're watching the live stream, and I'll continue to cover this for you all, as I said, until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, because I do have somewhere to go later on this evening. But I should be free. I should be free after tonight. After tonight, if there's anything that happens, for the foreseeable future, I should be free. And so I will begin to do our tropical updates again at 8 o'clock every evening tomorrow night. That'll start. So if you guys want to come out to that live stream, feel free to do so. As I said, turn on notifications. That's a big thing right there if you want to stay tuned with the channel. Because turning on notifications, you stay up to date with all the information that I have for you all. And things can change on a dime. Things can change on a dime. So if I upload something, stuff can really, go from 0 to 100, especially with hurricane season. Say there's a hurricane that's heading towards the United States and you want more information on it. Hurricanes can easily intensify by 60 miles per hour within the span of 24 hours, even 18 hours. We've seen that all the time last year. So, all the more reason why you're going to want to stay up to date with all the information that I unfold for you all. Yeah, we did hit 13,000 subscribers. Wow. There we go. We finally have gotten to the milestone. It's taken a whole long time to get here. Well, we did it. 13,000 subscribers. Woo! I'm excited for that. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for getting over 400 likes, too. Holy crap. You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Really do appreciate that. Skywatcher with the $13 super chat says, for 13,000, keep going, and thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, thank you so much. Wouldn't be able to go this high without you all, so thank you guys so much. Everyone's telling me to go check Colombia, as I should. Look at that system right there. Look at that tropical, oh yeah. That thing probably produced a tornado here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that's a tornado. That's a brief tornado that just went. That was a, that's a tornado that just went. So most likely another confirmed tornado that just was ongoing just to the north and west of Colombia. That's crazy. Now, the cool thing about this here is that it didn't really impact too much land. It actually was over some parts of this lake here. But the other unfortunate thing is that it was near some of these residential areas that were next to the lake. So some people most likely got impacted by this, as unfortunate as it is. And there's the confirmed tornado report. Yeah, damaging tornado. It was near Dreer Island. I'm going to take a look at the delta velocity of this. What the delta velocity basically tells us is it tells us how fast the actual winds of this system was. So we have winds here going outbound of 65 miles per hour, and we have winds inbound of 25 miles per hour. So that's about a 90 mile per hour tornado, which is, I believe, an EF1. Is that an EF1? Can't remember the enhanced Fujita scale precisely. Yeah, that's an EF1 tornado if that translates to the ground. But that's according to radar, of course. We don't have any damage to report, so we can't exactly say that officially it is an EF1 tornado. But from radar, it had winds and upwards of EF1. So that is really something, to say the least. And this thing is still going, too. It still has a debris signature. So this thing still has a tornado warning, and places near Little Mountain. Guys, I'm going to continue to reinforce this narrative as much as possible. If you are in a tornado warning, it doesn't have to be just this one that has a confirmed tornado. If you're in a tornado warning, you need to get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, that's the thing right there. The key word is that with tornado warnings, it has the potential to produce a tornado. If it doesn't, you're safe than sorry. It doesn't impact your life in any way, shape, or form. Just takes a couple minutes out of your life. All right? Nothing too big. But if it is a tornado, then you were prepared. And if it did damage around you, then you're safe. That's the big thing there. It's you'd rather be safe than sorry. And if it does hit you, that's all the more reason. All right? So if you're near Little Mountain, if you are anywhere along Interstate 26, north of Chapin, south of Pomaria, and Peak. Guys, got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Latest scan just came in, and it still is showing a bit of a signature there. Maybe a bit more of a gust front nature to it. But the potential for there to be a tornado right around Little Mountain is possible. So you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. I'm going to see if there's actually some cameras over there. I'm not sure if there is. Oh, there is. Oh, there is. So we might be able to see. Let's see, that's looking eastbound. Eastbound. That's right there. State Highway 202. So where's State Highway 202 in this instance? It's right about there. So it's either this camera that we should watch, or this camera we should watch. Of course, both is going to give us something. So I guess we'll have to continue to go in between the two cameras and see what all happens here. Thank you for the congratulations on 13,000 subscribers. I really do appreciate it. And cheers to many more, you know? We can continue to grow as a community. All the more reason. There's a lot of rising air within this image. See if I can show my controls here. And let's duplicate the image here. So we'll do that. We'll show controls, and then we'll full screen on that. And then we'll go to the other one. We'll full screen on this. There's a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere. You can see a lot of these clouds, they're rising up this way. All right, that's a telltale sign of some very strong cloud activity, potentially even thunderstorm activity. I don't exactly see anything tornadic-wise. I'm looking at the trees here, and I don't see the trees swaying. You know, typically you would see trees swaying if there's a tornado, right? Because it's got wind. But I don't see any signs of a tornado right now. Let's go back over to here. As I said, I'm looking at the trees. I can't really see them swaying. So, now I'm not saying it's not on the ground, although the velocities are kind of just depleted on it, so it probably isn't on the ground at this point. And if that is the case, it is weakened significantly. So that's the good news. All right, that's the good news that it's died. It does look like it's still hanging around. Still looks like it's not gonna go away anytime soon. Just got a new update here. And a new tornado warning has been issued for Avery, Burke, McDowell, and Mitchell counties in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So you guys got to really watch out for that. All right, we got another tornado warning, and a new flash flood warning as well. But yeah, we got a new tornado warning with those cells up in North Carolina. So let's take a look at that. Let's see, can we get our radar down there? That's the real question. If we can get our radar down there, then we'll be able to get you guys some information on these tornado warnings over here near Newland. So I'm assuming this is the new tornado warning right here. As I said, McDowell, Mitchell, Avery, and Burke counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Afternoon, Big Nate. Nice to see you on Twitch. Afternoon. And if this loads, I'll hopefully be able to have some information for you. And I don't exactly have the best information because apparently radar is not exactly the best from Morristown and Knoxville. But there is a little bit of rotation right here near Weaverville, so there could potentially even be a tornado warning coming from here too. So we'll have to see. Could you check Union again? Let me take a look and see. Yeah, Union's got a bunch of scattered showers and thunderstorms, so I think they should be fine as of right now. Or I believe they should be fine as of right now. Is the stuff near Clemson tornadic? Oh, this might be the other band that's moving on through. And if that's the case, that's another line of showers and thunderstorms that we have to watch out for. I don't see anything tornadic as of right now. I do see a couple areas that might be trying to spin up, but I don't think it's anything big right now. So this is a good thing. That's the good news. Got you, Thunder. Got you. Can I check Ohio? Well, Ohio's not going to get impacted right now. They're probably going to get impacted tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. Or morning and afternoon. Will Fred impact New York City? Because you've read that the hazardous weather outlook said the spotter activation may be needed. Yeah, the thing about it is with those storms is that this thing is obviously progressing to move towards the north. And as it continues to move towards the north, it most likely will create severe weather to the east of it. So that includes places like West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, New York, and potentially New Jersey. So that's the reason why they said spotter activation may be needed. Because they don't know if this will be actually within their general vicinity, but yeah, there's the potential. There's a potential for something. Is Garland, Texas going to have any tornadoes today? Most likely not. Anywhere in Texas is not really going to get any activity for today. At least not from Fred. Looks like the storm that was originally near Little Mountain is starting to recycle and is starting to develop a new area of rotation. So that's another thing that we got to watch out for with the progression of that cell. We have a report here, caller report from 3:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A tornado touched down near Lake Murray with a line of debris at the corner of State Park Road and Dreher Island. Or Dreher Island Road. So there's already a reports of tornado damage being done here in this general area. The tornado warning in Virginia has now been canceled and or expired. So that's the good news. Yeah, so the tornado warning in Franklin, Virginia has been canceled. That's the good news there. The tornado warning for Alexander in North Carolina has been canceled, so Alexander County is now out of the risk. Caldwell County, however, is still in a tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm looking at clouds here for this, but I don't exactly see a whole lot. Oh, it's definitely pretty breezy now. Look at the trees. So this is it's over in Columbia. And it's right here near Little Mountain. So that might be where the actual rear flank downdraft, the rotation was before. So there could potentially be something here again. Could be. You can definitely see the trees all over the place, dancing and prancing. Let's see. What's happening in chat? Currently staying east of Columbus with fam. Hoping to get some stuff from Fred. Yeah. I mean, as a weather enthusiast, definitely want to get smacked with it as much as possible. Because, you know, we're crazy like that. How do you find Brett's live stream? Nothing live on LSM? I don't think he's live right now. He might be going live whenever he's actually chasing the system. But before he was live. Before he was definitely live. How's the storm in Batesburg? Well, Batesburg, if I can find it here real quickly, so give me a second. I'll get you your information. Raleigh, North Carolina weather. I'll get to Raleigh in a second as well. Will Lorain County, Ohio get impacted by Fred? It could possibly get impacted by Fred. I'd have to look that up. So Batesburg is all right now. They're kind of in the clear, but there is some more scattered showers and thunderstorms that are approaching from the west. So you guys might get some more activity here soon. But as of right now, you guys are in the clear in Batesburg. As for Raleigh, Raleigh is also in the clear as of right now. Here's the radar for Raleigh. You got some light showers and thunderstorms that could be moving on through. Later on tonight, though, overnight tonight, definitely going to be the area to watch because you guys are really going to see some activity really start to ramp up for the most part. So we're going to have to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Let's see. What else we got here? Yeah, as some of my channel members are saying, don't be afraid to like and subscribe. You know, I try to get as much information out for you guys as possible. I try to answer questions, try to help people so that if they have like a town or something like that, I try to tell them where stuff is heading. Of course, if there's like a tornado on the ground and it's doing damage, then I'm going to push people aside and try and focus on the people who are going to be impacted by the tornado. But when stuff like that isn't happening, I try to inform people as much as possible. I try to help people as much as possible. And even then, you know, I'm doing live streams for severe weather and tornadoes right now, but I also do live streams for hurricane landfalls as well. And I even create videos in mornings. It's where I update people as to what's going to be happening, like severe weather and tropical weather, and what do I think the intensity is going to be, and where do I think it's going to go. And even for winter, in the winter months, but we'll talk about winter when winter actually comes. So if you guys think that content, that type of content is for you, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you can stay up to date with all the recent information, because in hurricane season, information is going to change very quickly. We've had storms in the past that have intensified within 24 hours. It's gained 60 miles per hour. And I'm talking about hurricanes here. It can rapidly intensify. So all the more reason for you to stay tuned to my channel here. There are a plethora of new tornado warnings here in North Carolina, so we'll talk about that here in a second. Check News Channel 7 for damage reports in Greenville. I'd have to check that in a bit. As I said, if there's anything that you guys find on Twitter that you want to send to me, feel free to @ me, @Nate_Snyder right here. I'll put a link to my Twitter in the chat for you all. We have 951 followers. We're so close to 1,000. So I appreciate that too. So many milestones here. But if you guys find anything on Twitter, like any sort of damage pictures or pictures of tornadoes that you want to share with me so that I can share on live stream, please be sure to send it to me. Whether it's a direct message or you @ me, @Nate_Snyder. I'm probably going to see it a lot better if you @ me though, right? If you @ me. So there's the link in the chat. Any update on these storms just to the south of Charlotte? Most likely those storms south of Charlotte are going to go towards Charlotte, so you really are going to have to watch out for that. These are hitting my parts of North Carolina and points west and south at the moment. Some damages reported are around these areas. Oh, yeah. Is Spartanburg in the clear for the night? I would have to say from the major stuff, I would have to say yes, but completely no. There is another band of storms that are off near Anderson, South Carolina, if you know where that is, or better yet, off towards the border of South Carolina and Georgia, that are pushing in the general direction of Greenville and Spartanburg. So you guys are not completely out of the clear, but you guys could be getting some more activity. Whether it's tornadic or not, still yet to be decided. Lorain County. That's right. I had to look for Lorain County in Ohio. Lorain County, Ohio. I think you guys might be in the clear from the tornadic development, but you guys could be hit by some outer bands from Fred. All right, let's talk about the new tornado warning up in North Carolina here. Better late than never, right? But we do have a new tornado warning here. This is for Caldwell, Avery, and Burke counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live in this general vicinity here, I mean, it may look relatively rural, but still some people do live here. If you know anyone, or if you live here, tell them or get to your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Can you tell what is coming for Southeast Utah? Looks like we are expected storms tonight and tomorrow. You guys are expected storms for tonight and tomorrow. For Utah in itself, let's actually go to, there's another tornado warning that just got issued, so we'll go back to the new tornado warning after this. Let's go over to Utah. It's actually Nevada and Utah that gets impacted. That's the interesting thing here. And we're going to go to the NAM 3-kilometer model and show you all that you guys are expected to get some showers and thunderstorms, most likely at about, you can start seeing some scattered showers and thunderstorms at about 2 Mountain, 1 Pacific. And then as this continues to move further and further towards the evening hours, you can see how expansive these showers and thunderstorms actually could get. Let's actually go into the composite reflectivity. And there you go. You can start to see your showers and thunderstorms that really start to pop on through at about 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, it'd have to depend upon where in Utah you're actually at, but you said Southeast Utah, and so these showers and thunderstorms could potentially move on through into your general vicinity. In regards to overnight activity, probably not the case. Most of the activity is on the actual western side of the state. But then tomorrow, look at this for tomorrow on Wednesday. Look at all these scattered showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through. If I take a sounding here, which basically just takes a sample of the environment, this tells me that this will most likely be a huge damaging wind threat and potentially a spotty hail threat as well. Potentially a spotty hail threat. But in regards to the activity as to which day will most likely get more severe weather, it would definitely have to be tomorrow rather than today. Definitely have to be tomorrow. Because you can even see, even as it goes into Thursday, look at Thursday, you even get some more showers and thunderstorms then too. So for the next couple of days, you're expected to continue to get a lot more activity. I would have to say tomorrow would have to be the worst out of all of them though. The worst activity. Got so much stuff happening in my ear. You guys remember the ding that I showed you all earlier on in the stream? There you go. Oh, wow. So, yeah, there's a lot of tree damage in Greenville. So, yeah, that tornado that went through definitely was a tornado. We definitely saw that live. 100%. All right, let's go back to, let's go to the new tornado warning here. And it's actually relatively close to the radar, so we can talk about it in depth if we really wanted to. But here's the new tornado warning. This is for Rutherford, Henderson, and Polk counties here in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so a very short-lived tornado warning. But This thing does have some general rotation on it. You can see the classic hook signature that you would look for tornadic storms. So you'd have a lot of the rain that wraps around into a bit of a calm ahead, and you have the energy that it takes in, the inflow right within there. So really interesting to see from the system as to how it's trying to gather up as much energy as it can before it can possibly even think about producing a tornado. Now, it did actually have some pretty decent rotation earlier, but it might have actually seeded a little teeny smidge. It's kind of battling with a bunch of different other storms and even a mountain here. Is that, yeah, that's what it looks like. It looked like it encountered a mountain and disrupted the rotation a little bit. Not always does that. It doesn't always disrupt rotation like that, but definitely was pretty interesting to see how this thing can continue to maintain. And if this thing does, then place it near Lake Lure and Girton, Girton. You guys need to go and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Henderson, North Carolina. Yes, I will take a look at Henderson, North Carolina. So this sounds very familiar, actually. Sounds very familiar. It does sound familiar because Henderson's on the northern side of the state. Looky there. So here's Henderson, and most of the showers and thunderstorms are relatively far off away from you guys. So you guys are in the clear as of right now, but expect that activity to change tonight into tomorrow. All right, the reason why there's so much activity right now is because if we go back to the Greer radar here in South Carolina, you can see all these scattered showers and thunderstorms that are all within lines, and they're kind of just moving along, having a whale of a time, more or less. And you can see how these are kind of moving from south to north. It's not exactly a, the typical characteristics that you find with normal showers and thunderstorms that go from west to east. So just something to keep in mind with all this as this continues to move on through, that this is going to be slow moving, and it's also going to create a lot of localized rain in some areas. So the potential for some flash flooding is also possible. But you guys would definitely need to watch out for this storm and these lines, these bands of scattered showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be producing some tornadoes on a widespread basis. Found Ryan Hall, y'all guys. He is now in North Carolina. So after going through Greenville and potentially finding a tornado over there, not sure if he actually found it because he's not posting it on Twitter. I don't see it anywhere. But definitely had a lot of activity over there. And so now he's heading towards this activity that is up in North Carolina. Very mountainous terrain up here too. And not too much happening there, so who knows? Who knows what will happen in Ryan Hollow's department. We do have this tornado warning right here that seems to be kind of intensifying a bit more. This is for Caldwell, Avery, and Burke counties, which will be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And look at this rotation right here, guys. We have some bright reds indicating some very strong winds moving away from the radar. And then we have grays that are kind of weaker winds moving towards the radar, but you still have that counterclockwise rotation present on radar here. So a lot of activity, to say the least, that's showing up here right in front of us. And if you live here out in front of this, near Grandfather, Sugar Mountain, and Banner Elk, guys need to go and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Getting rain here in Hickory, North Carolina. Do you know what is happening? You guys are just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms. I don't see anything too tornadic, so you guys should be fine. Let's see. Hendersonville, North Carolina. I talked about that, right? Did I? Hendersonville. There we go. All right, Hendersonville, North Carolina. You guys are in a plethora of flash flood warnings right now, if I do remember correctly. Let's go over to the Greer, South Carolina radar. And this actual activity is south of Asheville, so about right here. And yeah, you guys are in a flash flood warning right now. So first things first, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because the flooded roadways could actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So you really need to watch out for that. In regards to severe weather, you do have a tornado warning to the east of you. You are not in the tornado warning yourself. Right here is Hendersonville, and right here is the tornado warning outlined in that red box. So you guys should be fine for the most part from the severe weather aspect right now. But you guys could potentially be getting some impacts later on this evening and potentially some more localized flooding. So really something to watch out for as this continues to move on through towards the north. Let's see if I can catch up here with some of the stuff in the chat, because this is going really quickly. Most of the stuff being said here, actually. Yeah, I did hit 13,000 subscribers. And I appreciate everyone who's got me this high. I really do. We're at 13,010 subscribers right now. Great milestone to be at. Great milestone to be at. So thank you guys so much. Looking at satellite, I realized any rain clouds I'm getting today in Luray County is just outer bands of Fred. Yep, it sure is. I'm doing good, Ray in Mitchell's garage. What about you? How are you today? Predictions for East Tennessee. Depending upon where you are in Eastern Tennessee, you could potentially be getting some tornadic activity. But it'd have to be literally right along the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. Anywhere as close as Interstate 81 down towards Interstate 40. I really think you guys will be too far west of the risk. I mean, Morristown, you guys might. I just don't see it. I think Bristol is probably the best way to go, and that's kind of on the border of Virginia and Tennessee. Even Johnson City, that general vicinity towards Mountain City. I think they're probably as far east as you guys could get. North of Charleston, South Carolina is going to do something real soon. Keep an eye. I will indeed. Will indeed. Families in Blowing Rock and at Appalachian State. Well, I hope they are. I hope they're safe. Obviously, this activity is pretty chaotic. So I hope you guys stay safe down there. I hope your family stays safe too. Let's see. Now I finally caught up with chat. Enhart, South Carolina, north is trying. All right, I'll look at that here in a second. Is Blacksburg, Virginia clear? You guys got some showers and thunderstorms that are going to be moving through your area here right now, actually. In regards to the tornadic threat, I'd say right now you guys are clear. But you guys might be getting some more showers and thunderstorms that could be coming from Martinsville. So I'd watch out for that. I'd watch out for that a lot. Did I see the new recon data? No, I did not. I'd have to take a look at that area in a bit. But I've been so focused on all of this activity here that's been kind of crazy. It's been very crazy. Tour on the ground on the severe cell. Yeah, it might be a tornado right there. I definitely think that it is a tornado, actually. So yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning right here for Po Maria and Monticello. Basically Fairfield and Newberry County. You guys have the potential for a tornado here, and I definitely think that there could potentially be a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, that's debris. That's a tornado on the ground. So if you live over here near Shelton, Whitmire, Palmyra, well, north of Palmyra, north of Peak, you guys need to go and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this is a tornado. This is a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, that is a tornado on the ground. You can clearly see the debris signature here too. You can see all this blue and green. That's the density of the particles in the atmosphere that they're picking up. And because, you know, items like sticks and twigs and, well, sticks and twigs are the same thing, but sticks and trees and houses possibly, all that stuff is a lot heavier than rain. It's being picked up as a low correlation coefficient. So we got a pretty gnarly tornado here that's continuing to move off just to the west of Monticello. So if you guys live off towards the west of Monticello, near State Highway 34, near United States Highway 176, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get underground, or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Will Lamar, South Carolina be okay? Let's take a look and see here. Bunch of updates just came in here. They still haven't issued a tornado warning for the cell, even though it's clearly producing a tornado. That's unfortunate. Lamar, South Carolina. They could be getting some severe weather later on tonight, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, actually, I don't doubt it. I think they actually will get some stuff. Just whether or not it'll be tornadic is going to be very, very hard to tell. National Hurricane Center is starting to issue advisories again. This getting close towards 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's when they actually start issuing advisories again. So it'll be pretty interesting to see as to what they think Grace is and what they think Henri is. Let's just quickly go over and see what they think each storm is with their intensity. So Henri is a 60-mile-per-hour storm, 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and then Tropical Storm Grace is a 50-mile-per-hour storm. So it'll be pretty interesting to see as to what they think is going to happen there. They think that it will become a hurricane, and I agree with that. It could potentially even be a Category 2 by the time it makes landfall there, but really interesting. Guys, can we chill out with the commands? Can we chill out with the commands here? But yeah, definitely is going to intensify into a hurricane. Probably a Category 2 in my honest opinion. And then once it gets out into the Gulf of Mexico, it probably will be a Category 3. Possibly. Definitely will be a Category 1 at minimum in its entire lifespan. So that's the big thing there. There's indeed the big thing there. New update. Lot of heavy rain. Jeez. So now we only have 2 tornado warnings, and that's good. That's very good. We're also getting reports, as I said, of a tornado. And the caller reports of a funnel near Meadowlark Road in Chapin. Time estimated from radar. So maybe we did see a funnel cloud on the traffic cameras. Of course, don't exactly, think we saw it exactly, but it's still kind of there. Henri might get pushed south and east. Levi Cohen updated earlier. Did he upload a video earlier today? If he did, then that could be the case. And he did. He uploaded 3 hours ago. And so the thing of it is with Henri is that it all depends upon the intensification. If it continues to intensify, then it won't curl off to the north as easily. So if it becomes a hurricane within this time period, then yeah, we can definitely see it continue to move off towards the south and east. Henri just got issued with an advisory here. So there we go. We'll be able to see what the strength for Henri is. And Henri, oh, someone is spamming in chat. That is not nice. We're going to put you in timeout there, buddy. Oh yeah, that's right. I probably should put Felicity as a moderator because she's a moderator on Discord as well. So might as well do that. But yeah, I definitely think that's a possibility. We're gonna see what Henri's new strength is. 65-mile-per-hour storm right here. 65-mile-per-hour storm, and they still think that it will continue to track further further westward. But then the sharp turn comes because of that ridge. I'm sure he talked about the ridge here and how it's got shear that's going to be pushing in behind it. Unless if he talked about another way as to how that thing is moving. I couldn't find a trough with it. I mean, maybe a trough right here with bear clinically deepen later on and towards the end of the week. But that would be a more or less a severe trough, severe weather trough that's moving on through. And I haven't seen that in the models all too much. So the best way I thought that it would move off to the north was from that ridge, with the shear coming out from the south like that. They have not updated Grace yet. Yeah, it still says 2, so it's not completely updated yet, of course, but... Is any rotation or potential for tornadoes in the new band in Greenville possible? Let's take a look here real quickly. And the interesting thing about these storms is that they are starting to look very familiar to what once was the previous line. So there could definitely be some activity from here. And I think, honestly, if there was some tornadic development, it would have to be areas north of I-85. Although there could be some areas near Anderson and maybe a little bit further south of Greenville. So yeah, I'd say, to answer your question, I think tornadoes could be possible, but I don't see anything that is really organized here over the past, say, 30 minutes. But things could definitely change. You know, as you guys have probably seen over the entire span of the live stream, it's jumped from one area potentially having it to another one, and another one. So sheesh. Pretty crazy. Nate checked the cone for Henri. It says hurricane. Does it really? There it is. Hurricane status. You can see the H with the black circle in the middle. They're expecting this to become a hurricane by Friday. And that's going to be really interesting to say the least, too. The reason why they're probably saying it's not going to be a hurricane within the next 3 days is because of that northerly shear. And I'm pretty sure Levi is a very good... I mean, I don't need to hype him up because he works for the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. All right? He works for an actual agency that predicts hurricanes, so he knows his stuff. All right? I actually look to him every now and then for information because I have to admit, all right, I'm not the best. But I'm going to look to people who are better than me and try and learn off of him. And I have. I've actually learned quite a bit off of him by watching his videos in the past. But, yeah, there's the hurricane status. They're probably thinking it's not going to be a hurricane quite yet because of that northerly shear that comes around from that ridge. The ridge that sits over here over the Carolinas. So they're probably saying that it's not going to be a hurricane until that shear starts to seed a bit. But yeah, there you go. We were talking about the potential in my video this morning that Henri could definitely be a hurricane. And here we are. It's forecast to be a hurricane. So think of it this way, guys. You know, as unfortunate as it is, we're going to have 2 hurricanes at the same time, one of which is not going to impact land, so that's the good news. And if we think of it this way even more, this might actually be better for all of us. We already knew the swell was going to be bad here for the East Coast, but if this thing was a bit weaker, then this most likely would have went back into the island of Bermuda and created impacts over there. Now, Bermuda's most likely not going to get a whole lot of activity. They still have a tropical storm watch, but because it's a bit stronger, it's going to continue to move to the west and avoid the island. And that's great. That is great news for the island of Bermuda. Would the jet stream impact Henri's path as well? Yes, it will. Most likely it will. Any wind shear that is implied on or impacting tropical systems influence any sort of path. Oh, let us see. I'm trying to catch up with chat again. I talk too much. Inman, South Carolina. Yes, I can do that. As I said, if I accidentally skip over some of you, don't take it to heart. I'm not purposefully doing it. I'm just trying to see as many people's comments as possible. And if I overlook it, then I'm not purposefully trying to do it. Not purposefully trying to avoid you. Inman, as of right now, is in the clear, out of the main batch of thunderstorms that were moving through earlier. But you have another line right here that's going to be moving into that general vicinity of Inman and Spartanburg. So you guys really got to watch out for this activity as this continues to move on through. But yeah, that's the big thing there. Hey Ned, how are you? Another very informative show. Thank you. Will Fred / Grace / Henri make landfall in Canada? Well, Henri definitely could make landfall over in Nova Scotia if it doesn't propagate further westward and impact the United States. But it could definitely make landfall in the United States. Fred will be heading off towards Ontario. It'll be going off across Lake Erie. So you guys could potentially be seeing some stuff from there. So I would definitely watch out for that. And then Grace most likely will be too far south for it to do anything like that. Let us see. Linda actually strengthened a bit. Did it re-strengthen again? If it did, that's kind of funny. It did strengthen by 5 miles per hour. Wow. Well, there you go. When is that line going to hit Spartanburg? Most likely within an hour. Most likely within an hour. I'll take storm motion here for you all. Yeah, probably an hour and a half, actually. Maybe 2 hours. Something around that time frame of an hour to 2 hours from now. Not anytime soon, though. Yeah, I am, as I said, I am live streaming for both YouTube and Twitch. So, I've got all sorts of stuff that I'm trying to respond to. Not saying that it's too complex. I'm just saying, you know, I'm trying to cover as much as possible, trying to give people as much information as possible as well. If you haven't followed me on Twitch already, all right, first off, what are you doing? What are you doing? We have 342 followers. If we can get to 350 followers by the end of the day, I will be happy. I'm already happy anyways, because we got 13,000 subscribers, which congratulations, everyone. But if we can get to 350 followers over there on Twitch, if you have a Twitch account, please be sure to follow my Twitch, because I am live streaming over there, and my live stream is actually getting out a lot earlier than my live stream on YouTube. So if you think that's probably better, that floats your boat, there you go. Probably the best. Afternoon, Atlanta, Georgia, severe weather today. What'd you miss? Atlanta, Georgia actually had a flash flood warning earlier, but now all the activity has kind of passed through them, so you guys are in the clear. You guys are in the clear. Texas is in the clear, eh? From Fred, yes. From Grace, it's uncertain. I'd have to say yes as of right now, but I'm going to be uploading videos every single morning, as well as doing tropical updates at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time every single evening. So if you want more information, I highly recommend going out to those and getting your new information from there. subbed and hit the bell. I really do appreciate that, my friend. I really do. As I said, subscribe if you enjoy the content and turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest information. I'll try to make it as accurate as possible to the best of my abilities. I'm still learning, of course, so I may not be perfect 100% of the time. But I'm going to try and at least make it pretty dang close. Nino, what's up? How do? How do? Another new mission towards Grace, 10 and 11? Okay, so yeah, we got some new reconnaissance missions that are heading off into that general vicinity. Is Ohio going to have a tornado? Very hard to say, but I'd have to say probably not. I think Fred is going to be too far east in order to really say that you guys will probably get a tornado. One thing that's cool about this all, though, is that they mentioned that there's a new reconnaissance mission for Grace here. And yeah, you can actually see there's the hurricane hunters. They're actually going from this island over here. So there you go. I don't exactly know what this place is. Queen Beatrix International Airport. I don't know what island this is, but they're flying out of it, and they're flying over into the tropical system. You guys might be wondering, well, where the heck is the tropical system? Obviously, there's no clouds anywhere over there. Where is it? Well, to which I reply, you'll see it in a second. No, here is where Grace is at. And look at this. Look at the cloud imagery from this thing. Boom. Already up to date. So you can see how far away the actual hurricane hunters are from this system. They are eventually trying to get towards the middle of the system. If they can try and see what the height of the maximum sustained winds of the system is, then we'll be able to probably determine as to what the strength is. But as of right now, we only have satellite data to really determine. Only have satellite data. Yo, where's the tornado at? The tornadoes are, there's 2 tornado warnings in North Carolina. We'll talk about that there in a second. But ABC Islands? I'm not sure. Do you think Lenore might be at risk later? I definitely think they could. Lenore is actually a place that I've heard of or talked about quite a couple times here. So there's Lenore right here in North Carolina. And of course, the tornado warnings as of right now, they're off to the north and west of it. So Lenore is not going to be impacted by that. And by the way, these tornado warnings do expire in 8 minutes, actually 7 minutes, because it just turned 4:53 here within the past couple seconds. So that probably will be canceled here or expire relatively soon. But Lenore is in the path of these extra lines of showers and thunderstorms that are approaching Greenville and Spartanburg. And that will most likely be an overnight threat for you all. So I'd watch out for it. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here too in southern, central to southern portions of South Carolina. And even this one right here, this actually might be trying to produce a tornado here soon near Bomberg, south of Orangeburg. So really need to watch out for that. So this is definitely something to watch out for. I think this will most likely become something tornadic as this gets closer and closer. Can Grace still go Cat 5 and hit south? Probably not the southern United States, and with the land interaction, it's making it highly unlikely for it to be a Category 5. I'm definitely thinking in the ballpark of Category 3 once it gets into the Bay of Campeche, due to the fact that once it hits land, it most likely will be disrupted slightly, so its intensification will be limited more and more. But Oh yeah, my link is broken. There you go. My Twitch account has been fixed. My Twitch account has been fixed. There you go. So if you guys actually use the link to go in the description, it has now been fixed. So there you go. Thanks for telling me, Bob. Thanks for telling me. But yeah, I'm thinking in the realm of category 3 once it does that. Of course, it could be higher, could be lower, but yeah. To the 13 people who are hanging out on Twitch, what's up? How are you guys doing? Guys chilling out over there. We're 3 followers away from 350. So we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. How long do I think this tornado outbreak will go on? As long as Fred continues to exist at this point. It's just going to have an enhanced amount of surface vorticity as it continues to propagate northward. And there will most likely be a lot more showers and thunderstorms that will begin to form from this as well. So, yeah, I would continue to watch out. Nate is fully in tropics mode. I'm fully in chaos mode because I'm tracking both tropics and severe weather. I'm going crazy here. But it's that time of year, I guess. It's that time of year where things start to kind of just go nuts. How's Red Bank doing? Red Bank's going to be all right for the most part. I think they're going to avoid this band of showers and thunderstorms, but they might be able to get some more stuff later. New tornado warning for Orangeburg. We called it right there. We said there most likely will be a tornado warning out here, or possibly even a tornado. And yeah, we got it. There's the tornado warning. You'll be able to see the red box here relatively soon. So if you live in Orangeburg County, especially the town of Orangeburg, what's the populace of Orangeburg over there? Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. So if you guys know anyone who lives over here in Orangeburg, or if you live there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a pretty concerning situation. This is very eerily similar to what happened in Greenville earlier on today. Populous area with a tornado that's continuously showing some very strong organization. Cordova, Roseville, Cope, that general vicinity. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So guys, we have to share this information on social media, Facebook, Twitter. A lot of people go onto Facebook as well. A lot of people go onto Facebook to find out what's happening. Of course, people go on YouTube as well. So that's the reason why I also have to say, please be sure to like the live stream, because by doing so, you actually get this onto more people's recommended feeds by YouTube's algorithm. And this gets this information out to people who could potentially need it, especially if they live here or if they know anyone who live here. So I would just ask you guys to try and help me out here by trying to get the word out as best as possible. And of course, I'll do, as much as possible trying to cover this, because this thing definitely looks like it can do something. I mean, if we take a look at the storm relative velocity, we can see it right here on the radar. Greens are moving towards, that's a circle. That's not an arrow. Greens moving towards the radar, red's moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere shows some pretty decent rotation. Spectrum width shows a bit of turbulence right at the center of that too. So there definitely is something right within the cell. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a tropical systems tornado ever go tornado emergency. So I'd have to say it probably isn't going to be a tornado emergency with this. But if this is on the ground, we could be talking about, maybe even a particularly dangerous situation warning. I definitely could see that. Advisory for tropical depression Fred has been issued, and then an advisory for tropical storm Grace has been issued as well. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. A little bit later on. Congrats for 13 subs on YouTube. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And without you guys, I wouldn't be able to get up here. So thank you guys. Ethan Lewis, what's up? How are you? Welcome to the live stream. Now you gave me crap about the pronunciations, but you're doing an awesome thing for the people. Love how you will go through all the velocities, CC layers. That stuff is what you like to see. Yeah, I think you'll start to realize that myself, I love to get technical with things. I'm not just the type of person to take things at face value. I love to try and talk about things all over the place and learn about as much as I can before it does its own thing. And so I guess this is kind of just a part of me. But yeah, this is pretty crazy. Happens more frequent than you think for tropical systems. I'm not talking about tornado warnings. I'm talking about tornado emergencies. I don't think I've ever seen a tornado go tornado emergency in a tropical system. Like, I know they happen, tornado warnings happen quite frequently. I've covered a lot of them. But in regards to tornado emergency, don't think I've ever seen one. Don't think I ever remember one either. But the point being is that this one in Orangeburg most likely is going to start getting its act together here. This probably will become a strong storm. Whether or not it becomes tornado, yeah, it's probably going. That's a debris signature? Maybe? Maybe? It's too hard to say. It's too hard to say. I'd treat it as if it's on the ground. Honestly. Yeah. I would say it's too hard to say as if it's on the ground right now. I mean, it has signs of there potentially being a correlation coefficient drop. You can clearly see the green right here. And if I switch over to the velocities, you can see it kind of measures up with the velocities. It kind of does that. Then if I go to the base reflectivity, it's right within the bounded weak echoed region. So maybe. But I think if it does, it's really hard to say. Regardless, it's a tornado warning. It has some very strong velocity potential, and you guys need to really watch out for this as this continues to move on through towards Orangeburg, because this is let's be honest here, this is a pretty serious situation if this ends up being a tornado. So it's one of those things where you need to be safe than sorry in this instance. Don't be an idiot and go out and run into the tornado, unless if you're of course storm chaser, in which we're allowed to be idiots. But on a serious note, gotta get into your safe space. Underground or low innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Johnny with the $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Believe me, I do. Thank you so much for the contribution to the stream. Can you do Pennsylvania because you keep getting warnings and stuff about your phone? You're not sure. Probably is flash flood watches, not warnings, but stuff on watches and stuff like that. I don't think Pennsylvania. I'm looking at my warning box here, and I don't see any warnings for Pennsylvania. But I think tomorrow, 100%, you guys could be getting some activity. 100%, you guys could be getting activity. So I'd watch out for it. I would definitely watch out for it. Will I be streaming tomorrow's tornado threat? I might be storm chasing tomorrow's tornado threat. I might be live streaming me storm chasing tomorrow's threat. So I guess we'll have to see. I guess we will have to see. Can I take a look at Charlotte, North Carolina? I can. The thing about Charlotte, North Carolina, as of right now, if you go back to Greer's radar, Charlotte's getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Nothing too serious. But the thing that I am watching heavily is two things. First off, this band of clusters of showers and thunderstorms that are moving off to the north and east towards the general vicinity of Charlotte, North Carolina. And this will take its time. This will definitely take its time as it gets over there, probably within the next 1.5 hours to 3 hours before it actually gets over there to Charlotte, North Carolina. But that's not the end of it either. So you have that band, and then you have this band right here in the rear of all of this activity that's also going to be heading off towards Charlotte. So both of this have the potential of potentially becoming tornadic later on. As of right now, they don't exactly look it, but the activity that does have the severe thunderstorm warning that's north of Columbia, this did have a history of producing tornadoes. I would watch out for that as much as possible. And just pay attention to your local National Weather Service office. That's the best advice I can give anyone. Best advice I can give anyone. Where am I at? I'm in southern Pennsylvania. Haha. Most likely going to get a 5% chance for tornadoes tomorrow from the Storm Prediction Center. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. I might be a little bit biased, but that's what I think. Tropical Storm Grace continues to stay at 50 miles per hour, but the minimum pressure has increased drop to 1,003 millibars. So really something with that. I'm not sure if I mentioned the minimum pressure for Henri, but it is 997 millibar, 65 mile per hour sustained wind storm. So watch out for that. Definitely watch out for that. The funny thing about Twitch is that I probably should put like emotes and stuff like that for subscribers and stuff. Although I don't have enough subscribers to really actually put emotes like that, but yeah. Will Columbia see a tornado warning? At the moment, it doesn't look like they will. They got a couple showers and thunderstorms that are off to the south and maybe even south and east of it. But there is the potential for, if this band of thunderstorm that's due south of it, if it does consolidate and become tornadic, then yeah, it probably could go into Columbia. But these other showers and thunderstorms that are to the south and east of Columbia itself, they'll be heading into the same county, but probably not Columbia itself. You're in Caldwell County, North Carolina, had to take cover for a tornado warning, swear you heard a roar. See, that as a storm chaser, I kind of want to experience that roar. I kind of want to see, what it's like. Because I've never seen a tornado in my life. But eventually I do want to. Alright, let's take a look at the velocities, and it looks like this thing has intensified significantly. Yeah, it's became a bit more consolidated. Yeah, this thing still has some very strong rotation. You even have a bounded weak ecoregion. Look at how the rain has literally wrapped itself around the actual area of rotation. You can see that green, and that green is actually lower amounts of rain. We go back to the velocity, and the strongest area of rotation is right in the middle of that. So we have a bounded weak ecoregion with a potential tornado that is heading off towards Orangeburg, South Carolina. Very interesting to see how this is, but what is another thing that we should probably keep in mind is that if this does end up becoming a tornado, an ongoing tornado, then if you live in Orangeburg, you should be in a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right? That's just the main thing right there is what you need to do. We have a new tornado warning here for Anderson, Greenville, and Pickens County. So we have a new tornado warning off to the north. And yeah, that does include the outer skirts of Greenville. Not exactly Greenville itself, but it does include the outer suburbs of Greenville, South Carolina. So if you live near Powderville, welcome. Travelers Rest, Easley, Slater, Cleveland. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If I were to try to find the rotation, it's a little bit hard to find, but you can find it here. Of course, this has a massive line of storms moving on through, so you might think this is just a massive gusty wind threat. But actually what's happening here is if we look at the base velocities, you can see that you have a lot of wind pushing in behind one part of the line. And what that typically does is it kind of creates a little whirlpool effect. And because most people, most times for tornadoes, they spin counterclockwise, we can get some of that counterclockwise whirlpool effect here on the northern edge of the storm. So that's the reason why they issued that tornado warning right there, in fear of the potential intensification of that rotation as that continues to move off towards the north. So really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to progress further north. It won't impact the main part of Greenville, but it will impact the western portion of Greenville and the suburbs on the western side of that as well. So really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to progress later on in the day. Will Grace be able to stay alive across Mexico into the Pacific? That one's a very hard question to answer. As of right now, it seems unlikely, but I'd have to say it's unlikely at this point. It's very far out to say, but yeah, it's just I don't see it. Is Greenville storm moving north? Yes, it is. Most of these storms are actually moving north. So you can see from this line right here, they're kind of bent in like a diagonal shape. And so what's happening here is it's just continuing to move further north and north. And it's kind of just following along that line. So really need to watch out for as that continues to move on through. Can I look at the storm in Burke County, North Carolina? You have family there. Yeah, I can. I definitely can. Burke County, North Carolina is off near Morgantown, which is along I-40. So that's just to the west of Hickory. There you go. So there is a tornado warning just to the west of you all, but the thing of it is that this system right here, even though there's a tornado warning for McDowell, Mitchell, Avery, Yancey, and Burke counties, it doesn't seem to have a whole lot of rotation with it, or at least according to the distance from the radar here. But areas near Morgantown, you guys should be in the clear a little bit until this massive line that's moving through Greenville could potentially impact you. Speaking of which, of tornado warnings here, right on cue, we have a new tornado warning for Lawrence, Greenville, Abbeville, and Greenwood counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And so if you guys live near Hodges, Ware Shoals, Donalds, Princeton, Lawrence, Gray Court, even areas along Interstate 385, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And another tornado warning has been issued just to the south of it too, so Greenwood's not out of the risk either. New tornado warning for Lawrence, Abbeville, and Greenwood County. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour as well, until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live near Bradley, Verdery, Greenwood, specifically Greenwood, because Greenwood's a populous area as well, Coronica, Hodges, Waterloo, Lawrence, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Now let's take a look side by side at both of these storms, see what they actually got here and why they're tornado warned. You can see that based off of the storm relative velocities here, they actually do have some decent rotation. The one near Hodges is definitely stronger than the one near Bradley, with the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Definitely have some relatively strong rotation right within here, in upwards of probably 50 miles per hour, I would assume, and indeed that's most likely the case, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. And then you also have this other one here near Bradley, very weak for the most part, but still have some general rotation. And typically, even with weak rotation like this, with tropical systems, it doesn't take much for there to actually be a tornado. So that's the reason why they're warning as much as possible. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, reds away, counterclockwise rotation right there near Bradley. So that's the reason why they issued the tornado warning. So really got to watch out for that activity as it continues to move on through. Let's go back over to Orangeburg here real quickly. We're going to the Columbia radar and see what this storm is actually doing. And this thing is definitely trying to amplify here with its velocities. I mean, sheesh. It's got some very strong rotation here. even consistently throughout all the way up into Orangeburg. So we got to watch out for this storm as this continues to move on through off towards the north. So yeah, Orangeburg, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I mean, you can clearly see the velocities right here and how the greens are moving. Greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is right here, where the rotation is, always. So it's just you got to watch out for these storms. You have to. Can you check Atlanta? It seems as if it's about to storm. Let's see, is it gonna storm in Atlanta? Nope, it's probably just pretty overcast. There's the radar right here for you. Yeah, it looks like it might be trying to consolidate a bit more, but I don't see a debris signature here. I don't see a debris signature at all, so I'd have to say it's probably not on the ground right now, but it's definitely trying. It's definitely trying. Observers say it's on the ground, like storm spotters and stuff like that. If that's the case, then there might be. I mean, it definitely looks like it is. Definitely looks like it is from a velocity standpoint. From a debris standpoint, no. From the debris standpoint, no. But of course, we might be able to see that within the next few frames. And if that's the case, then that's a tornado heading into Orangeburg. And that's really something that we got to watch out for 100%. Does Orangeburg have a debris ball? Negative. Negative. Let's take a look at Twitter and see what you guys have sent me here. That was intense. Yeah, that was Brett Adair. Yeah, there's the tornado that was earlier. Crazy by Brett, though. Crazy by Brett. If you guys have anything that you want to send me on Twitter, if you find anything on there, or if you took a video of anything, feel free to @ me, @Nate_Snyder. The link to my Twitter will be in the chat right here. So there you go. Of course, it would be greatly appreciated because I think we all can agree that seeing is believing. And so that's the reason why sometimes we try to seek out for the information like that. But yeah, I definitely think this system, this tornadic storm here near Cordova heading towards Orangeburg, could definitely try to be tornadic as it continues to move on through. Yeah, I don't think there's any cameras here near Orangeburg. There's one to the north on Interstate 26, but that's to the north, of course. So we won't be able to see anything there. But regardless, pretty scary situation here. Very scary situation, actually. Just got a new update. More flood warnings. Of course, that's expected with how much rain is being dumped across the board. Excuse me. Yeah, there's so much here. Let's go to Greer here. And I want to see this cell that's heading towards... Okay, so this cell that's near Winsboro and Monticello looks like it's trying to rotate. So I wouldn't be surprised if we could potentially hear it have a tornado warning for that as well. Wouldn't be surprised at all. I use storm relative velocity for this. I don't see very strong rotation with these tornado warnings south of Greenville. And especially this cell up here, these cells heading off into Greenville. Looks like it's kind of gusted out again, so probably not a huge tornado risk that's heading into Greenville and even Spartanburg right now. But you could potentially see something. You could potentially see something. We have 5 tornado warnings at the moment, with one of them being in North Carolina. We have a huge amount of flash flood warnings. Huge amount of flash flood warnings. We even have a flash flood emergency in Arizona in Flagstaff. Look at that. Flash flood emergency in Flagstaff. Let's see what their flash flood emergency is for. Uh, let's see. Heavy rain over the museum fire scar. So there was a fire over there. Obviously, dried up, got a lot of dry dirt. And then with all the rain, the dirt gets clumped into the water. Boom, you get flash flooding. So flash flood emergency for Flagstaff, Arizona. Really scary to see there. Where's the David Schlotthauer guy? I think he's working today. He might be working today. I don't know. I know full well though that I definitely have to go to definitely have to leave here in an hour at 6:30. I might push it a little bit. I have to definitely be gone by 6:45 though. I have to be gone by 6:45 because I gotta get my Zoom meeting a little bit before 7 o'clock. I gotta set up. So husband just went through Flagstaff. Interstate is all good. Well, that's good. I guess it's just the areas in valleys that are getting a lot of the flooding that's moving on through. People are telling me to check Orangeburg. Yeah, I think this thing is probably gonna go here soon. This thing, I'm actually surprised it's not on the ground right now. I'm very surprised. I am very surprised it's not on the ground. Actually, fun fact, Siler, David has actually been doing stuff on YouTube a lot longer than I have. Lot longer than I have. It's a bit of a competition, I guess. But it just depends upon, I guess, your preference. He still does the same work that I do. He still tries to get the information out. So, in my honest opinion, I don't see that big of a difference. You know? I don't even have my face cam on right now. And I probably won't have my face cam on for the future. I just feel like, you know, the screen most likely is the thing to look at, not my face. Of course, I'll do a face reveal every now and then, just to, you know, socialize with you all. But as for right now, probably not. Will Blacksburg, Virginia be good for today or tornadoes? You guys could potentially be getting some stuff later on tonight. Tonight into tomorrow morning. So I would say you guys are in the clear for right now. But later on, I'd want to watch out for it. Tomorrow you're in a tornado chance. I would like to kindly ask that you stream tomorrow. I will either stream me... Well... It'll have to depend. Because I honestly really want to storm chase tomorrow. Mainly because that's when I know I'll be able to get a tornado. Probably. Possibly. Maybe. If I get a tornado, it'll be my first tornado I've ever seen. And maybe I'll be able to understand how it works from a ground perspective. And maybe have that perspective of what it looks like too. So that's kind of the reason why. Do tropical storms, hurricanes produce hail? No. No, they don't. Sometimes they can look like it on radar, but it's not the case at all. Not the case at all. Raleigh, North Carolina. You guys are a bit out of the risk as of right now. But you guys could potentially be getting some of these bans from Fred later on this evening into tomorrow morning. It's probably the time frame in which you guys could get that. Why can't they? Because they don't have any dry air to accumulate ice. I mean, they can, but like, hurricanes love warm, moist temperatures. Very warm, moist temperatures. So. Atlanta weather, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream. If you guys are new to my channel, by the way, if you're new to my channel, first things first, just a little introduction. Hello, my name is Nate. Of course, it's the name of the YouTube channel, Nate Snyder. I do live streams for whenever severe weather does get bad, as well as landfalls of tropical systems. And then I also upload videos in the morning, or at least I try to upload videos in the morning. I'm trying to update people on what I think could potentially happen, as well as what other professional organizations think will happen in the weather. So basically forecasts. So, and also from now on, besides tonight, from tomorrow and onwards, I will be doing tropical updates at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if people want to come out to that and see what's happening with the tropics, get my ideas, talk a little bit, chill out for a little bit, then feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications. Because turning on notifications will keep you up to date with all the stuff that I have, including the information, because in hurricane season, let's be honest here, things can flip a switch very quickly. You know, with rapid intensification in hurricanes, the hurricanes can intensify 60 miles per hour within a span of 18 hours, and that is scary. So if stuff like that happens, crucial information like that could be useful to people who are in the path of it, or even if you guys are enthusiasts of weather. So that'd be greatly appreciated if you would subscribe, and by liking the live stream, you guys actually get this live stream out to more people, you know, just more people in general, especially if they need this information, if they live in these areas, or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. Definitely could be impacted there. Active Weather on Twitch, what's up? Hello, hello. Yeah, as I said, subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. And then if you're on Twitch, follow if you haven't already. How many followers are we away from, we have 347 followers on Twitch. So we're so close to our goal of 350 followers on Twitch. On YouTube, if you haven't already, follow my Twitch. Link will be in the chat. Is also in the description down below. So there you go. That is a new tornado warning for Avery, McDowell, Mitchell, Rutherford, and Yancey counties in North Carolina until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that's another cell. Yeah, that's the cell south of it near Marion and Glenwood. So let's take a look at that real quickly. Let's take a look at that cell. And I don't exactly see any sort of rotation on this here. As of right now, but if you take a look at the upper levels, you actually can see a little bit just south of Glenwood. So if you guys live in that tornado warning, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. People are telling me that the cell in Orangeburg actually has a debris signature. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I don't see it. I don't see a debris signature. I think this is a bit more of an inflow. If I outline this and switch it to the reflectivity, you can see a lot of it is air, and the low correlation coefficient can also be picked up with air as well. And so as long as it's, you know, if it's not rain, it's some other color. But I don't see the debris signature here. If we go back a scan, there might have been a brief tornado right here. Nah, that's all inflow as well. So I don't see a debris signature here from this. It looks like this thing might be trying to recycle. I don't know how it's recycling because it didn't produce a tornado according to radar. But sheesh. Hello from Greenville, South Carolina. Hello, hello. We were actually covering the Greenville tornado earlier on in the stream. We actually had a live camera. We had a live camera on, I believe it was Interstate 85. And there was a tornado that crossed right over that area. And we actually saw it live on stream. So we do cover, it was pretty cool. We covered everything on that. And if you want to look at that tornado, I would probably recommend going back into the live stream probably afterwards. You can do it right now if you really want to, but there's kind of a widespread event happening, and it could even impact Greenville right now too. But probably after the stream, go back into the live stream and you'll be able to see it. See the tornado that went through. It's pretty crazy. You live in New York City, however, you have family in North Carolina, so I'm worried about them. heart is with everyone who's infected by the storm. Also, a lot of flash flooding up north of me. Oh yeah, there's flash flooding everywhere. There's flash flooding everywhere. It's crazy. Can you look at Traveler's Rest for you? Yes, I can. So Traveler's Rest is currently in a tornado warning. If I go over to Greer, South Carolina's radar here, Traveler's Rest is about to get hit by the line of storms, but the southern end of the storms is not exactly tornadic, more or less. So I think Traveler's Rest will most likely be fine. It's the areas north of Traveler's Rest near Cleveland and Slater. I think that could potentially be tornadic as it continues to move on through. So we really need to watch out for it. Shania! Shania! Good to see you here. I got information for you. I got information here for you. Guys, I have to break because this person actually lives in the Cayman Islands and Grace is a big issue. All right. Shania, I have information here for you. You are now in a hurricane watch. Because this thing is expected to intensify into a hurricane as it gets towards the Yucatan Peninsula. Most likely will be a high-end tropical storm to maybe even a Category 1 hurricane by the time it gets to you. Storm surge will probably in upwards of 3 to 5 feet within your area. Maybe even 3 to 6 feet. So you really need to watch out for this. I highly recommend seeking higher ground. Better shelter, I should say. And this will most likely be impacting you. Late tonight into tomorrow morning. I'd probably say tomorrow morning is the best bet for when the actual center of low pressure is actually going over near you all. So right here is the Cayman Islands, of course. Here is Grace, and is expected to intensify further and further, maybe even rapidly intensify as it gets closer and closer towards the Cayman Islands. So please take the proper precautions for when this is actually heading off into your general vicinity. And the reason why I say that this person takes priority is because tropical systems over water is basically a giant tornado. It's a consistent tornado. It's a weak tornado. Unless if it turns into a hurricane, then it's not a weak tornado anymore. But it's still something like that. So I hope that you stay safe. I will continue to update as much as possible. I'll be uploading a video tomorrow morning if you want to stay up to date with that, but it might be passing you by the time I make the video, so we'll have to see. But yeah, I wanted to get that information out to you that this will most likely, very well could be a hurricane as it gets closer and closer to you. It's a tropical storm right now, and it might even be a high-end tropical storm once it hits you, but don't be surprised if it turns into a hurricane. All right, let's go back to the severe weather analysis. Sorry for that, everyone. That needed to take priority. So we do have a couple of tornado warnings here that's kind of going off the rails. New tornado warning here for Caldwell, Avery, and Burke County. So for the person who said that they lived in Caldwell County, you seem to be getting a lot more activity here, more tornado warnings. The good news for this tornado warning is that it's off to your west, so it's not actually impacting Lenore, but it's still a tornado warning no matter, nevertheless. So I can't take a break. Can't get a break for you all, and I'm expecting you guys to not get a break even as it continues to move on through. Taking a look at the velocities, you can see the reds. You have some very bright reds into oranges moving away from the radar. You got some grays that are moving towards, so you got some decent rotation there. I said you got some 4 times in total of that time frame, so I'm sorry for becoming a tongue twister. We also have a little bit of rotation here near Glenwood and West Marion. This thing might actually be trying to intensify here too. So if you live near Glenwood and West Marion, as well as Interstate 40, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this activity is not expected to seed, so you really have to watch out for this. The stream on your screen is buffering. It could either be because you have, it could be an internet issue with you, or satellite service is not good enough. Because I don't see any lossage of frames here on my end. So, yep. As someone pointed out in the chat, we have 7 tornado warnings again, so the fun never ends, I guess. But sheesh. It's crazy here. New tornado in South Carolina. 8 tornado warnings now. Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me if that's the case. But let's go back to Orangeburg here real quickly. Oh, never mind. There's your tornado warning. Yep, there it is. Well, 8 tornado warnings now. And there's the new tornado warning. It's for Greenville. So Greenville, Spartanburg, and Anderson County in South Carolina, you have a tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the... Jeez! That's another tornado warning. That's 9. Oh my gosh. Stop. This is a lot. Jeez! We have another tornado warning. It's in Virginia. Anyways, if you're... Alright, at this point, if you're in a tornado warning, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to start calling out counties at this point. I'm going to start calling out counties. As this is a lot. This is a lot right here. For the following counties in South Carolina: Anderson, Greenville, Spartanburg, Calhoun, Orangeburg, Abbeville, Greenwood, Lawrence, Greenville. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. In the following areas in North Carolina: Avery, Burke, Caldwell, McDowell, Mitchell, Yancey. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. And then lastly, but not least, we also have this new tornado warning in Virginia here. This is for Campbell, Bedford, and Lynchburg, the city of Lynchburg. So we actually have a city here that's also going to be impacted as well. I believe there's actually a college in Lynchburg. I can't remember which college it is, but you guys are under a tornado warning. And this will be in effect most likely, I think this is until the top of the hour, and it is. So 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We just got another tornado warning. New tornado warning here in South Carolina. This is south of Charlotte. So this the cell that I was talking about earlier that was heading off towards Charlotte, near the Monticello area, well, it's continued to move off to the north, towards Chester and Cornwall. And here we go. We have a new tornado warning for this general vicinity of Chester and York counties. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is now 10 tornado warnings that we are currently dealing with. Guys, we got to share this with friends and family on social media, because this is a lot, all right? And anyone and everyone could potentially be impacted if they are in the path of this. I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot. This is pretty crazy. So, guys, really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to start going from south to north, guys. I think that's the best way to go here. Try to give it an update as to what all is happening for the most part. The cell that's near Orangeburg is recycling. All right, so it's getting a new area of rotation out in the front of it. Typically, that's what happens with this with supercells, to where they shed the old rotation towards the back. It starts to die, and then the new one starts to form out towards the east of it. We call this a meso handoff. It's a recycling notion as this as a storm tries to mature further. And even if we go back in time a little bit, you can see how there was originally the strong rotation right here that was right next to Orangeburg. But then as it passed Orangeburg, watch the sides here. All right, so the left side was the old rotation, and then there is a new one that's developing out in front of it, a new recycling notion that will potentially last this supercell as it continues to move off to the north. So we got to really watch out for this. If you are living near St. Matthews, guys really need to watch out for the system. And actually, the cell is now starting to move across the interstate here. So we might even be able to see what all is happening across the interstate. I can't exactly see for certain what is going on here. So that's 145. That's looking west. This is looking west as well. Notice how the cars are actually slowing down here, folks. So it does seem to be as if the activity is starting to move on forward. Doesn't seem to be anything tornadic as of right now, but the big thing here is that this is recycling, and it most likely will be producing some characteristics of it becoming tornadic later on in its lifespan. So as I said, St. Matthews, areas along interstate, this would be, I believe this is Interstate 26. It is Interstate 26, areas along US Highway 176. Guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Heading off to the north, we're going to be using Greer's radar now. And by taking a look at this here, you can see how there's a plethora amount of tornado warnings, but it's all along this line that is consolidated from north to south. So it's gone from Greenwood all the way up into Greenville. And there's just been a lot of these quick spin-ups along the line here that's been producing some tornadic rotation. So if you live in any of these areas along US Highway 26, or 25, I should say, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Areas from Greenwood all the way up to Princeton, especially around Princeton, there's a tornadic rotation right within there that's trying to produce something. Maybe even further into Gray Court, Fountain Inn, and areas towards I-385. So that general vicinity definitely needs to watch out. I think that could potentially stay as a tornado warn cell as it moves to the north. And then heading off towards Greenville here, the main populace of Greenville, got a lot of strong damaging winds with this storm. Don't exactly see a whole lot of tornadic rotation with it, although that does not mean that you are completely out of the risk, as this could potentially even recycle itself into a bit more of a tornadic storm. So definitely something to keep in mind as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Moving off to the north and east of those storms, we have a tornado warning here near Chester. This is for Chester and York County, and that'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It does have a little bit of rotation that's heading off right over Chester at the moment. Not exactly the strongest thing in the world, but then again, you don't need a lot of strength in these types of storms to produce tornadoes. So if you live near Chester, Lowry's, McConnell's, York, anywhere along US Highway 321 at this point, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Zooming out a little bit, you can see how Charlotte is all the way up here. And so areas of Charlotte, it's not exactly going to be impacting you right now, but you guys could potentially be impacted later on. And so I would definitely watch out for these showers and thunderstorms. Please pay attention to your local National Weather Service office for more information, as I will not be live streaming after most likely 6:35 or 6:40. I do have to leave and do something else. So, that's the same for anyone after I live stream. Please pay attention to your local National Weather Service, as I will most likely not be here after that time period. As we continue to move off towards the north, this is a couple of tornado warnings here near Caldwell, Avery, Burke counties, as well as areas right here near Mitchell and McDowell counties, as well as Yancey counties. You have a couple tornado warnings within your general vicinity. A couple areas that have actually been producing some pretty organized tornadic rotation as well at times. And so if you live near Woodlawn, Spruce Pine, areas near Banner Elk, Newland, Grandfather, Crossnor, Bakersville, Ledger, Spruce Pine, Woodlawn, as I said, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Going off to the north and east of that, very far to the north and east, we're heading off into Virginia, to where there is a new tornado warning that was recently designated for Campbell, Bedford, and the city of Lynchburg in Virginia. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when that will expire. The velocities on this aren't exactly the best thing in the world, but as I said, it doesn't take a whole lot for things to start to consolidate and even become tornadic. So if you live in these areas, definitely recommend getting into a strong, sturdy structure as things continue to progress, even get closer and closer to you. Is there a place that we could, is there a good weather channel that I recommend after I leave? Unfortunately, I don't think there actually is any weather channels that are live streaming right now, doing the same exact thing that I'm doing. But I definitely think, as I said, if you guys continue to watch out and pay attention to your local National Weather Service office, I think you guys should be fine. But I'd have to do a little bit more information as to who all is doing what. And I might even have to ask someone that I know whether or not he can do it. If he can do it, then I'll send you guys over to him. And so I'll actually ask him right now. Ask him the question, whether or not he will do it. Don't know. You have a question. Is it possible for an enchanted supercell or another enchanted supercell come to create a huge tornado? You mean an enhanced supercell? It's possible. It's definitely possible, but we'd have to see as this continues to progress. As of right now, I think the higher likelihood of tornadoes like that would definitely have to be in central to northern portions of South Carolina as well as western North Carolina. So that's a pretty broad area, but I mean, that's the best thing I can give you. Let us see. So the fortunate thing is one of the tornado warnings actually has been canceled already. So we don't have as much chaos right now. Do I think they will extend the enhanced risk farther north tonight? Maybe. They could. I definitely think it's a possibility. Would I recommend the Weather Channel to see more information? Yeah, the Weather Channel, of course, is a good area to do it because they always have 24/7 coverage. On YouTube, probably not. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you want to take the cat down with you, you can. Wait, is Mom down there? If you want to take the cat down to her, you can. My cat is sitting on my bed and he was sleeping for the most part. But I'm pretty sure my mom would enjoy him. Anyways, a lot of activity here. The Weather Channel is all commercials these days. That's true. That's true. But they do update everyone on what all is happening, so we'll see. Let's get Morgan to do it. That's who I asked, actually. I asked Morgan if he could potentially do it. And if Morgan does do it, I actually would recommend him over the Weather Channel. Sure, he can be a little bit on the risque side. But, yeah, I'd recommend him. If he does it. Keyword if. But there are so many tornado warnings right now, it's not even funny. Let's just continue to go from tornado warning to tornado warning, seeing if stuff has changed. The one north of Orangeburg is definitely trying to consolidate a bit more. Definitely trying to consolidate, but it's not exactly doing all too much with its organization. Still relatively weak and broad. Going off to the stuff over here in Greenville. There's most likely a storm that's going to start going here soon. I'm really watching the cell here near Princeton and Gray Court. I am really watching that closely. It's got very nice inflow notch onto it. Very nice supercell presentation. Yeah, this is a very complex situation that's ongoing right now with that cell, and I would not be surprised if that actually ends up becoming a tornado. The area near Greenwood, don't really think that's going to become tornadic all too much, so that tornado warning might expire. Stuff near Greenville and north of Greenville, don't exactly see stuff to be tornadic there. Even north of Greenville, in Cleveland and Slater, I don't see that tornadic rotation to be as strong as it once was, so that's the good news. The storm near Chester, the rotation has actually fallen off a little bit on that too. It's actually weakened significantly. But as I said, you know, in any instance, there could be a time to where the storm immediately tries to intensify again. So we have to continue to watch out for that. And then the tornado warnings up in North Carolina, they're very far away from the radar for the most part for me to tell, because most of the stuff as to where this is all happening is very low to the ground. Of course, on a normal day for severe weather, we'd be able to see it, but not exactly the case here now. So, I don't exactly see a whole lot of rotation with this. You could definitely potentially see some near Woodlawn and Spruce Pine, as well as areas near Crossnor, but nothing really too organized on radar there. Craig, what's up? Welcome to the live stream. How are you doing today? Hendersonville, North Carolina, please? Yes, of course. So you guys are still in a flash flood warning, and these storms are expected to kind of move into your general vicinity here. I'm not exactly anticipating this to become as strong as they were further south in your area. They might, of course, for areas that are south of you, but you guys could potentially get some severe weather that are going to move on through into your area. Yellowstone has magma going through the chambers. I'd have to see it for myself, honestly. My goodness. I just got a bunch of notifications. Time to see what's happening on Twitter. Oh. That was last night in Phoenix. Yeah, look at those strong storms that are moving on through. Look at that flooding. This is what's happening in Flagstaff right now. Look at that flash flooding. Big time flash flooding. Impressive velocity numbers, 80 miles per hour moving to Orangeburg. Yep, I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah, look at that flash flooding there in Flagstaff. Look at that. That's crazy. Look at that. That's crazy. Look at all that flooding. Look at all that flooding. That's insane. Wow. That's look at that. Look at this. Holy crap. My goodness, that's insane. Floodwater through Mount Eden Estates. Yeah, look at that. Look at all that flooding right there. My goodness. Look at how rapid that flood is moving too. I'll talk about Spartanburg here in a second, but that is some significant flooding. That's the reason why there's a flash flood emergency out there. And is the reason why there is a flash flood emergency out there. All right, let's talk about Spartanburg in Greenville here real quick. I mean, not exactly real quick, but yeah. We do have a couple showers and thunderstorms that are going to be progressing onwards. I do think Spartanburg could potentially see another thunderstorm that could move on through that could potentially be tornadic. Probably within the next 45 minutes here. Probably within the next 45 minutes. This cell right here has been looking very impressive to me. It's been showing a lot of good rotation. I don't see a debris signature on it yet, but it still definitely looked relatively significant. So Spartanburg, you're not getting impacted right now, but you definitely could be impacted a lot later on tonight. So definitely consider that. And as just a reminder to people, I will not be live streaming by the time it gets to 7 o'clock. I'm probably going to end it sooner. I'll probably end it right around 6:35-ish, 6:40. And so I will be ending the live stream then and there. But I'll try and cover as much as possible. And if I'm not on, if someone else is not on that I don't recommend you to, I highly recommend either listening to NOAA Weather Radio, your local station, and paying attention to your local National Weather Service office, because that's going to be the best way for you to get as much information as possible. Is just listening to them. They'll get you consistent information. Please look at Blacksburg, Virginia. It's looking sketchy here. Yes, sir. Give me a second. So here is Blacksburg, and you guys are just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms at the moment. Compared to Lynchburg, which is, even though out of the tornado risk, right next to it, they do have a tornado warning with a tornadic cell. Very weak tornadic cell, albeit, but still a cell that's moving on through. Duncan, South Carolina. Give me a second. So Duncan is right in the same area as Greenville, Spartanburg. I definitely think they're going to get some severe weather. The potential for something to be tornadic is cannot be ruled out. All right, I'd have to say cannot be ruled out. So if you can, I would highly recommend staying in a sturdy structure and probably staying in the lowest innermost part of it as well. Whether it's a bathroom or a closet, stay away from windows. Stay away from windows is the big one right there. Public reports of a tornado 6 miles southwest of Chapin. Social media video, tornado moving across Lake Murray near Dreher Island. So that was the tornado earlier that we were watching. So all the more confirmation for that tornado that was actually just to the west of Columbia. Or actually either west or south and west of that. Let's see. Excuse me. But yeah, I definitely think Spartanburg could be impacted within the next 45 minutes with a new tropical, or not tropical system, a new severe weather system that could be moving on through. If you guys are enjoying the content that I am providing here for you all, please be sure to subscribe. All right, I do live streams for severe weather analysis. I do live streams for tropical weather as well, especially landfalls. I have a lot of data for you all on both topics whenever they do make landfalls. I also upload videos in the morning. I upload videos just talking about forecasts, whether it's severe weather, tropical weather. I'm going to be talking about Grace a lot. And even winter weather, when winter comes around, we'll be talking about cold air, snow, ice, stuff like that. And then one final thing is I also do tropical updates, not tonight, but tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If I get back from my storm chasing in time, if I do storm chase in general, then I will be doing a tropical update for you all. So if you do enjoy that, if you think that's the stuff that you would want to pay attention to, get the latest information on everything and anything and everything with information as accurate as I can try and make it out to be, please be sure to subscribe. Please be sure to follow me on Twitch. And please be sure to turn on channel notifications on YouTube, because most people, when they watch the live stream or they watch a video, they don't even remember who I am. They don't even remember my channel is here. So if you turn on channel notifications, you'll be able to see a lot more of my content, up-to-date information on what all is happening with the weather across the board. And I promise you all, you guys will get your information. So that would be greatly appreciated. We do have 13,022 subscribers right now. And then on Twitch, we actually have 349 followers. So I'll send a link for Twitch as well. If you guys want to follow my Twitch, link will be in the chat as well. New tornado warning? Yeah, new tornado warning now includes Spartanburg. So that's the extension of that tornadic storm that I was talking about. That's exactly what I was concerned of, is that if this storm can continue to move off towards the north and east, could it impact places like Spartanburg? And in this case, yes, that is the case. So definitely something we got to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. But we have 10 tornado warnings at the moment. 10 tornado warnings, guys. It's all over the place. There's already flooding in Candler right now. Oh yeah, there's flooding all over the place right now. There's so many flash flood warnings from oh, that's another tornado warning. We just got an 11th tornado warning. That's the most we've had all day. 11 tornado warnings here now. Rager, either Ragger or Rager BX has subscribed with Twitch Prime on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Holy crap. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. It's basically like a membership for YouTube, except it's on Twitch. So Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, wow, there is a lot of activity here. Lot of activity. I mean, my goodness. And most of the tornado warnings gone away. There you go. It's 6 o'clock. Most of the tornado warnings expired. And so now we don't have 11 tornado warnings anymore. Instead, we have 7. So that's good. That's good news right there. But the big thing here is the extension of the tornado warning heading into Spartanburg and who that could potentially impact. But sheesh. I mean, this is pretty crazy. All of this to cover. There's so much activity here across the board. I still think that cell that is heading towards Spartanburg looks a bit tornadic still. Granted, it's lost a little bit of its character. At any instant, it can re-strengthen. And we've seen this countless times today, to where it just things can go from 0 to 100 real quickly. So really gotta watch out for it. Let's talk about the other tornado warning south of Greenwood here. This cell actually has a little bit of rotation. I'm gonna turn on storm relative velocities here. And you can see that this thing has some pretty good rotation. Green's moving towards the radar, grays and reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the actual rotation would be. So gotta really watch out for that storm, especially as it goes up towards the north and east. You know, areas along interstate, this would be, I believe this is 385, could potentially be impacted here. And even Interstate 26 as well as it heads up to Spartanburg. Definitely could be impacted. I'm just thinking here. So we haven't talked about this in a while, but we can actually see the hurricane hunters in it going through the satellite data and stuff like that. And so here you go. We have the hurricane hunters going into Grace right now. Just a little break from the tornado warnings and stuff like that, because I need my brain needs to relax. To be completely honest, my brain is fried. And so let's talk a little bit about Grace here and the hurricane hunters. Look at this. It's going right through the center area of low pressure. Right about here is where the spin is. So this is the big band of convection, and most likely the center area of low pressure is right there. So huge thing to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And let's actually take a look and see. Let's actually take a look and see what that reconnaissance data is as it gets closer and closer. So here's Grace. It's going right over Jamaica at the moment. And we've got some sustained winds of about 50 knots, which is about 60 miles per hour. So if that would be the case, taking a look here, Grace is currently a 50 mile per hour storm with 1003 millibars. I would not be surprised if this becomes a 60 mile per hour storm, maybe even a 65 mile per hour storm. So very interesting to say the least as that continues to get closer and closer. As I said, just a thought because, you know, need to take a break from severe weather every now and then. But now we're back. Now we're back. How do I get the track of the hurricane hunters and the weather layer like that? There's a website for it. There's a website, a KML file that you can find. Just search up recon in the Atlantic or something like that, and you'll be able to find it. I think. Let's see if I can. Can I find it? Tropical, relevant tropics. Yeah, I can find it. It's right here. There you go. So if you guys want that for your Google Earth as well, boom. There's your reconnaissance. That's heading into Grace. Why is 2021 having so many pop-up tornado events? I don't know. I really don't know. All right, someone asked me to check the Orangeburg rotation again. I'm checking the rotation, and there's a little bit of rotation there. We're getting closer to the radar, so we have a little bit of an idea as to what's happening down towards the surface. But not exactly doing a whole lot from a tornadic perspective. So I don't exactly think that it's doing a lot of stuff as of right now. Check the Brookdale storm in South Carolina. Let's see, Brookdale, South Carolina. Now this is very far south, further south of this. And Brookdale is off near Orangeburg, which is right there. So yeah, this cell, that's the one that I'm checking up right now. Now this thing could potentially become tornadic. It could potentially become tornadic. But I guess we'd have to see. Because right now it looks pretty elongated. Right now it looks really elongated, actually. We have a lot of areas of rotation here on the southern flank of the line. So basically from Fountain Inn all the way down to Greenwood, there's so much rotation here. This tornado warning up here near Greenville is not looking as good as it once was. But it will expire at 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so that's the good news for that. This other cell here that's up near McConnell's that was in... that was over here in York County. It's starting to look relatively weak, so that storm might actually continue to dissipate more and more. So the tornado threat for that cell might actually die. But the big threat now would be the line of storms behind it and how that's continued to show some tornadic signs along that. So really interesting. We have a report of a tornado a while ago, and this was 5 miles southwest of Chapin. So where is Chapin in South Carolina? So Chapin was north and east of Columbia. So there's that cell again near Lake Murray. So bunch of reports of tornadoes there. Bunch of reports of a tornado there. That tornado warning that was north of Orangeburg has now been canceled. That is the good news. So not expected to do a whole lot after that. What's up with the polygon? I have no clue. The stuff here with North Carolina is all boundary. So they actually have to shape the polygon around the boundary of the states. Now, of course, there's some National Weather Service offices that cover multiple states, so they don't have to do that. But if there's some that have a boundary that's weird with the county lines, then yeah, it looks like that. Do be like that. Thanks for covering the outbreak. I live in South Carolina. I don't have cable. This is how you monitor the weather right now. Well, I appreciate you staying around and watching the live stream. And if you do enjoy it, and if there's any other significant severe weather that comes around your area, feel free to subscribe, because I will most likely be covering it. Of course, if I don't think it's significant, then I probably won't cover it, but... Yep. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's came out. And we did actually get 350 followers on Twitch. So that's amazing. We even have 15 people watching over there. I think they can actually... I think they understand that watching it from Twitch, my perspective is actually going out a bit quicker than on YouTube, because the stream gets out quicker. But... yeah, faster. That's the one. That's the word. But yeah, now we have 6 tornado warnings. All of them are within the same area because the tornado warning in Virginia has been canceled. So that's the good news there. Really wish didn't have to leave soon. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I got another job to do. Of course, I gotta have a little bit of training. That's the reason why I'm gonna be leaving tonight. I gotta go into a Zoom call. Most of you may not know, but I actually am an ice hockey coach, and so just so happens that I had to do the training today. I could have moved it to any other day, but yeah, I didn't think that this was going to be as significant as it was today, which is the reason why I'm not as organized as I typically am. But yeah, it is what it is. Is there anything on the ground in the Duncan Lyman area? It doesn't look like there is a whole lot of activity. I mean, there's a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part, and we are really close to the radar, so we wouldn't be able to tell all too much. But I think that's more or less the case, that it's a lot more of a damaging wind threat right there. And then once you get further south and eventually even further further east towards Spartanburg, then you guys can potentially be encountering some tornadic conditions. And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. I said the cell that was going to be moving up north from Princeton could continue to be tornadic. And we got that activity right there in Fountain Inn. We have a little bit of rotation. Your greens are your winds moving towards the radar. Your reds are your winds moving away. Sorry for stuttering there. But right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would most likely be. And we do have a spotter report over the past couple of minutes. A report by Brett Adair, who's a very well-known storm chaser of a tornado that crossed the interstate here. So with debris in the air as well. So we potentially even have a tornado in progress with this storm. And that's not good, because that's going to be eventually heading off into the vicinity of Spartanburg. So the potential of a tornado here is very possible, if not already, because there was a report of a tornado being on the ground with this. So we really got to watch out for this cell. Really got to watch out for this storm. NATOcast puts a high risk for tornadoes, which doesn't surprise me, but it was closer to the SPC's 5% outlook. The thing of it is with NATOcast is that if you ever see it uncalibrated, that's when it's not following under the Storm Prediction Center rules. It has its own setup, but once you see calibrated, that's when it shows your the actual Storm Prediction Center rules and what it should be equivalent to. Do I think any bans from Fred will be severe in Lorain County in Ohio tomorrow? Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, this thing is on the ground. This thing is on the ground, and it also has very strong velocities too. Its inbound velocity, the winds moving towards the radar, is 70 miles per hour. So we got some big time spin heading into the radar. And there could be a little bit of debris here. Could be a little bit of debris right within here. But of course, I don't see a actual debris signature from that. Although, I gotta say here real quickly, chat, on a separate note, look at the structure of the supercell. Look at this hook. Look at this hook right here. This is classic definition of a tornadic supercell right within here. Look at that. Look at that. Very significant hooking action right there. And, wow. Velocities actually increased significantly more. Maybe even a more of a debris signature right here. But look at this. Inbound velocities are intensifying. The wind's now moving towards the radar. This is 360 feet above ground level. All right? 360 feet. It's 85 miles per hour moving towards, according to the radar. That is pretty strong. That is some pretty strong rotation right there. I might have been able to actually see the tornado if I went on the cameras. There, I actually had brain capacity to probably think of that. I did earlier, probably not this, but geez, that is a very strong inbound velocities. And then your outbound velocities, not exactly gate to gate, is 20 miles per hour. So if you were to get a delta velocity of that, it would have a rotation speed of 105 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong right there. New tornado warning in South Carolina, just to the south and east of this. This is for Lawrence, Spartanburg, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's just for this rotation right here near Cross Hill. Obviously not as well organized as the one up north, but it still has good rotation. It doesn't take a whole lot to produce a tornado in this instance. So you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. These areas right here near the intersection of I-26 and I-385, that's where it's most likely going to be heading. So really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. You need updates every minute, please. I-24, people in basement of your bar, please. I'd have to figure out as to where you are exactly. But yeah, I can definitely give you information as long as I can. As long as I can do so. But yeah, this is a pretty significant situation that's happening right now. Pretty significant. It does look like there's a little bit of a debris signature right here, right next to the storm chaser Ryan Carter, who's a part of Live Storms Media. So you guys will probably be seeing that on the interstate here relatively soon. Or not interstate, the internet. Jeez. You have your WR120 turned into the Greenville transmitter because you live close. Yep. And that's the best thing to do right there. I recommend doing that as well. So now, luckily, we only have 3 tornado warnings. They're all within the same area here. But the big concern is this storm that's moving off towards the north, towards Spartanburg. I actually want to see here. I actually want to see if there's a camera that is on this side of the interstate right here. And there isn't, so I wouldn't be able to look at a camera if I really wanted to anyways. I wouldn't be able to. The one thing that I do want to mention is that right over where that tornado was reported to have went over, there is some very heavy traffic over there with obstructions on the roadway. So good indication that a tornado most likely went through there. And yeah, a lot of activity. You still have the debris signature, clear debris signature right under the velocities. So this is still an ongoing tornado, probably a skinny tornado, and very much so rain-wrapped as it continues to move off towards the north and east. So if you live near I-26, Spartanburg, areas on the northern side of, well, just anywhere near Spartanburg, along I-85 from Reedville and over, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Um, but yeah, that's pretty significant right there. And the velocity still seemed to be on the right track. The debris signature is starting to get a little bit harder to see because it is getting closer and closer towards the radar. But it's still, regardless, very interesting to say the least. A lot of flooding. And there we go. But yeah, there is a lot of activity here. A lot of activity. Looks like the velocities might have depleted just a smidge. Just a smidge, though. Just a smidge. Probably about, yeah, 85 mile per hour rotational wind speed. But yeah, probably just a smidge to where it weakened a little. Of course, we also have other rotations down along, further along the line. Is Pittsburgh possibly going to have a tornado tomorrow? It's very hard to say as to whether or not they are going to exactly get a tornado, but I probably would say they could definitely be in the risk for doing so. So, your husband's driving home currently near Greenville Spartanburg Airport. That's over here, right? Where is he driving home to? If he's driving towards Greenville, he should be fine. If he's driving towards Spartanville, there's a tornadic storm that's heading towards Spartanville itself. Or Spartanburg, I should say. He's driving towards Spartanburg. There's a tornadic storm that's heading that way. There are so many flash flood warnings here, it's not even funny. What do I think of Duncan? You live there? Duncan is right on the border of the tornado warning, so I think they're going to be fine for the most part. I think the activity is actually going to head off towards Spartanburg itself. But I would definitely continue to stay aware, stay weather aware as this continues to move on through towards the north and east. Inman in itself, I saw someone ask about Inman. This cell is also expected to stay off just to your east as well. So, not exactly too much activity expected from you all. Let's see. Woodruff is where we are. It's very dark outside. To the west, 13th West Avenue sirens are going off right now. Yeah, it's most likely because there's a tornadic rotation that's in between Greenville and Woodruff right now. So, whether or not I wouldn't risk it, I would probably turn around, go back to the airport if he's still on his way. Unless if he's passing Arnold Branch Road or areas near Lawson Road. Let's see if I can find Google Maps here. Yeah, Google Maps. So if he is passing the fence company of Spartanburg, Seeker's Fence Company of Spartanburg, and further along, just to the east of that, he should keep going. He should keep going, try and get home. If he's near the golf club, it's going to be a bit more of an issue because that's where the tornadic rotation actually is most likely going to be heading off towards. So, you guys really need to kind of turn around now, and the actual rotation has intensified significantly. Yeah, if you're near the golf course, or if you're not even there yet and you're heading towards the golf course, turn around, head back to the airport. Because that's a big time tornado that's starting to form. CC is a correlation coefficient, and if you see it drop to the blue levels right here, some instances it can become it could indicate as a tornadic debris signature, and that is exactly what is the case here. So big time tornadic debris being shown up by the radar here as it heads off towards the north. So you really gotta. It really depends upon where he is. I would just say shelter. You gotta shelter in that case. Yeah, that's a debris signature. That is a debris signature. Why do tropical depressions move faster once they are on land? Usually they're influenced by some sort of shear, so that's the reason why they give off the impression that they actually move faster when they're on land. So that's the one thing there. Because yeah, there's a tornado that's about to slice in between Woodruff and Greenville Spartanburg Airport. And that's not good. New tornado watch, would not be surprised, honestly. Tornado watch 446 has been issued, and it is for Charlotte. So Charlotte now has a new tornado watch over their area, and that will continue to be in effect until 6 UTC. That is 2 o'clock a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Any cams near it? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. But yeah, we do have a debris signature here, and it is heading off towards the north and east. But yeah, that is a concerning situation. Tornado crossed the highway, did it? Oh, you mean the interstate? Yeah. It did cross the interstate. Still has a bit of debris with this. It is starting to weaken a bit more and more, but it's starting to approach the intersection here of County Road 146 and County Road 101. So Bellevue Road, it's about to cross over Bellevue Road, the intersection of Bellevue Road and whatever road 146 is. But yeah, this is a serious situation here. Very serious situation. Area is now under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Yep. Most of these areas are going to be under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Did that guy you ask, is he able to cover? No, he is not, unfortunately. He's not able to cover this event. So I guess the best recommendation, I guess, is the Weather Channel. Continue to watch the Weather Channel. And tune to NOAA Weather Radio. That would typically be, if you have a walkie-talkie anywhere or a radio, Channel 4. Channel 4 on your walkie-talkie or NOAA Weather Radio. You'll be able to get all the newest information that they'll send out, because I will be heading off here in about 10 to 15 minutes. I'll try and cut it as close as I can, though. But this is a pretty concerning situation with this system. Still a little bit of a debris signature. Looks like it is shrinking a bit. Looks like the debris signature is shrinking, so that's the good news. What time will it hit Spartanburg? That is a good question. Let me time it out here for you. The actual tornadic rotation, when it tries to get to Spartanburg, it will most likely be there within the next 15 minutes. So 15 to 20 minutes is when the actual rotation will be heading right over top of the city of Spartanburg. Getting a CC's drop near Greenwood. Let's take a look at the velocities. The rotation is all right. The debris signature, or CC drop, there's not really a debris signature. That's more of the inflow that's seeping into the storm. You can see a lot of this open air right here. And so actually, if we go back and we circle that open air, go to the correlation coefficient, it fits right within that area. And so that's not a debris signature, but good catch though. Good catch, good eye. Latest update here on this tornadic system still has a debris signature heading right over. That would be, I believe it is Bellevue Road. So right over Bellevue Road, that's where it's heading over. And U.S. highway. It would be County Road 101 and 146. It doesn't say here what this road is on Google Maps, but there you go. So yeah, this system still looks relatively strong. I mean, it is still weak. Of course, saying weak and strong at the same sentence, not a huge amount of credibility, of course, but there is still it looks pretty strong on the ground, I should say. But the actual rotation is getting weaker, so this could mean that the tornado could be lifting here soon. But big cause for concern for the people of Spartanburg, because this will be heading off into their general vicinity. Sorry for blinding everyone. Sorry for blinding everyone. The GSP transmitters picked the wrong time to stop working. Oh boy, that's not good. Thought it was outflow, you're bad. No, you're fine. You're fine. Maybe the transmitter got hit or something like that. Well, of course, it'd have to be what? Yeah, no, the transmitter definitely could have. I wouldn't know exactly, because I'm not familiar with all that over there. Yes, so the debris signature is starting to get a little weaker. I still see it here. It has officially crossed the road, and it is going to continue to head north towards places like Reedville. So it'll kind of go in between Interstate 85 and Interstate 26 as it continues to move off towards the north. But really interesting to say the least. Any other website to find info? Weather.gov, maybe. You'd have to refresh the page a lot. You could also purchase weather radars. You can purchase it for your phone. There's two different ones. You can purchase either Radar Omega, or you can purchase Radar Scope, both of which are around $10. And I only say those, of course there's free ones, but those ones aren't really going to do the job for you. Those ones that I recommended, those ones are going to be the ones to get the job done for you, because you'll be able to see all the stuff that I see, and it's very reliable in regards to the type of weather that you're getting, as well as the quality. So, just by looking at radar, and if you see those red boxes around and you're in the tornado warning, got to get into your safe space, get into a sturdy structure. Latest advisory. Latest update just came in, and the debris signature has now shrunk a bit. So the actual velocities itself have weakened more and more. And I think this thing might not be on the ground any longer. So that would be the good news. Have a good meeting in a bit, Coach. Thank you very much. I know it's 6:30. I'm going to try and push it as much as possible. I will have to go by 6:45. So I'm going to see if I can try and push it just a little bit. As I said, I have to be on that Zoom call by 7. So if I try and set up ahead of time, it takes me about 10-15 minutes. Should be good. Yeah, as I said, Radar Omega or Radar Scope, either or. Can I show you the tornado watch? Yes, I can show you all the tornado watch. Here's the current watches in place. Tornado watch 446. The thing of it is that the probabilities are actually really high on this. So the probability of 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch is 70%, and that's a very high chance for that. Just for tornadoes in general. probability of one or more strong tornadoes, that would be EF2 or EF5 tornadoes after the fact, is low. It's about 20%, but it's still a relatively high chance, higher than you would typically want for a strong tornado. So there's that with all of this. Are the storm spotters in the tornado warned area? I'm sure there are a couple, and there actually are a couple within some of the tornado warnings here. So they might update the local National Weather Service office if they can. But yeah. Can Morgan stream? Negative. He cannot stream. My radar is what you use for tracking hurricanes, and that's cool. I mean, you can still use that. But I'm saying if you want superior technology that you can basically use all the time without having to use a subscription, unless if you want to use a subscription for it, those are the two best options that I can give you on phone. Can I go back to that screen, please? Yes, I can. I'll actually open a new image in a new tab so that you guys can see where the tornado watch actually is at. So the outlined red area right within here, this is tornado watch 446. Right within there. Husband just got home. Thank you for your help. Yep, no problem. Yeah, as I said, yeah, it's a pretty concerning situation there that's happening as it's heading towards Spartanburg. So there's your tornado watch. It's in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So you're expected to have tornadic conditions all the way up until then, most likely. There will probably be another tornado watch that is issued even after that. So it'll just continue to move up along the Appalachians further up north. So really one of those things to watch out for. I want to take a look at the reconnaissance data for Grace here real quickly. And yeah, they found some pretty strong sustained winds here of 50 knots, 60 miles per hour. And the next update here at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time most likely will be a 60 mile per hour tropical storm. And that will signify that it is continuing to intensify as it continues to move off towards the north. Actually, not even the north and west. It'll be moving more towards the west, more than anything. What do I coach? Like, how old are they? Middle schoolers, stuff like that. So I'm a part of the development team for high school. Seems how I used to play high school for those the same people over there. They decided to keep me around as a coach. Let's go back to Greer. So I don't see any rotation off from the storm that's heading off towards Spartanburg right now. Not saying that there won't be any more. I'm just saying that the tornadic rotation is kind of seeded a bit. So that is the good news. I'm looking up higher and higher in the sky. And there could be some areas to where you could potentially see some rotation. There's one right next to Woodruff in the upper parts of the atmosphere. It's obviously not translating to the ground right now, but you definitely could see that a bit later. And then, of course, there's one just to the south and east of Reedville. That's the one that had the tornado that consistently was moving on through off to the north and east. So yeah, it looks like this tornado here that was that did pass over. This would be I-385. Looks like it did lift as it got closer and closer to Spartanburg. As I said, not saying it's not done. All right, it definitely could still be tornadic, and I'm even looking at some other rotation that could be off near Woodruff in the upper portions of the atmosphere. So we really need to watch out for that, especially as this continues to move closer and closer towards Spartanburg. Unfortunately, I will not be watching it with you all. I do have to leave here. If you guys did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications. The big thing here is that, of course, I do live streams on severe weather, especially when it gets bad, and I also do live streams whenever hurricanes and high-end tropical storms make landfall. So if you guys want to see more of that type of content, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I also upload videos in the morning, and I do tropical updates live at 8 o'clock every evening, except for tonight, because I did say that I did have to go there. But as I said, the big thing there is if you do subscribe, please turn on notifications, because then you'll be up to date with all the latest information, especially with hurricane season and how information can flip on a dime with how unpredictable tropical systems can be. So I'll try and make my information as accurate as I possibly can. And as long as you guys are willing to be here with me, that would be greatly appreciated. That's going to be it for me here. We have 13,026 subscribers on YouTube. On Twitch, we have 350 followers. I greatly appreciate all the support that you guys have given me, including donations, memberships, Twitch Prime, subscriptions on Twitch, all sorts of stuff. So thank you guys so much. And I will see you guys either later tonight if I deem that I have to continue the live stream, or I will see you guys in tomorrow morning's video. So peace out, everyone.